Cool, let's try that. Which means we are technically and officially live. Had to reinstall MetaQuest. Had to change some settings. Cool, sounds like I'm working. Okay, cool. Don't care. Let's get to it. So this is battery saver. Sick. Big flight today, boys. Big flight today. Over here starting in May. I don't think we're that far up. Where the hell is we? Mae Sot. Is that where we were? No. Mae Sot. Where was I? I was looking up there, okay. Let's see. Starting over here. Set his departure. Big trip today. Have to do it. Big trip must be had. Set his arrival. Oh. Everything's live. Start. Oh my goodness, it is dark. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, it's lighting up some. I was about to say. Get rid of that. What? I can look at the radar. I didn't know that. Cool, I guess pre-flight doesn't exist on this one. Thought it did. Guess it don't. Okay. Around the helicopter. Timothy, good to see you. We're doing a big trip today, buddy. Big trip. Main battery switch. Let's see. You're up here. No. Other direction. Gotta use my mouse. There we go. Main battery switch. True. Alt. True. Alt. DC bus normal. Emergency battery switch normal. Let's see. DC bus normal. Emergent battery normal. Anti-collision. Position lights. Yeah, I know it's dark. I can barely see anything. Let's see. Anti-collision and position lights. Lights. Anti-collision. Red position on. Landing lights off. Engine switch 1 and 2. Stop and stop. Okay, both of those are at stop. Backup switch to normal. Which one's the backup switch? Okay, the lower switch. Got it. Rotor brake off. Rotor brake lever arm. I don't know which one's which. Annunciator, everything pops up. Pitot heats are off. Windscreen heaters and wipers are off. Fuel pumps, we can turn all 4 of those on. Let's see, fueling, we're going to be back up here in the main area, I would assume. Let's see, those are batteries, emergency cutoffs, fire extinguishers, AC and stuff, so that's a negative there. Looks, oh, fuel system, yep, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times fuel pumps on. Manual fuel transfer off should be the one in between. So that's middle there. It's like 500 zoom. Let me look at my stream real quick. Okay, yeah, that zoomed in a lot. I will fix that. Let me do these last things that I just said I was going to do. Oh, no, we're good. I'm caught up there. I wonder, hold up a second. Give me my mouse back. Oh, that's new. Okay, cool. They changed an update. Something's been updated, so we can do... No, give me my fucking... this back. Okay, so what it was previously, like the full screen that I was picking off of would be like if, let's just say this right here is my computer screen. It would show my left eye view here and my right eye view right there. And I would have to zoom in and just show you guys like my left eye view. But now my whole computer screen on Flight Sim is showing the entire, whatever, the entire assumed view. So that's cool. Let's see, let's get myself back centered up. Okay, cool. Let's see, autopilot, yaw, roll, pitch, on. Yaw, roll, pitch. That should do something, but it's not. Autopilot, collective force, on. Sure, whatever. Fuel pump 1. On, engine switch, flight. Let me get out of this view real quick. Pop back into this view. Also strange, I don't know if you can see it, but I've never had this before. I've never had this over here before. So strange. Auxiliary hydraulic pump on. Pitot. Pilots are down here. Checks after starting. Pilots on. Windscreen heats. On. FMS 1 and 2. Those are on. RA 1 and 2. On. Selector normal. Middle. Taxiing, auxiliary power management, parking brake, it's off, and the wheel nose. Okay, cool. To our GPS. to. That would go ahead and have our mileage up there. It's a long fucking way. Want to zoom in a little bit here. Okay, off we go. Time to party. Still kind of dark, but that's part of the party. Starting to add power in. Everything looks good. Weird. Why are you asking for that much power? Brake arm, or brake off. Why are you asking for that much torque? Literally nothing's happening. We're not that heavy either. What was that? The auto trim shit is what that is. Gotta get used to that again. Why is it night? Because we play live. And it will slowly be sunrising us into the day as we go. Yeah, off we're into it. Yes, I turned off all the autopilot stuff because y'all are weird. I want to fly the helicopter. I do not want to be flown myself. What time is it down there for you? I assume it's getting... Or it's pretty early morning down there for you, right? 10? Nearly 9. Look at you being up early. Okay, let's slowly turn things back on to figure out what things feel good and what things don't feel good. Because I remember this thing's auto trim stuff was just a huge pain in the ass. Oh yeah, we can also do this. Gear up. Give us some extra powers. for? Jesus Christ, dude. Doing farm stuff? Or do you have a reason for it? Oh yeah, I'm very early today. It's currently not even 6 o'clock p.m. here. And usually I'll start like 8 or 9. But I said in the Discord the other day, I'm technically on Christmas break now. Which the production I'm working on is not. They're still working. But there's no more days for me to work this particular episode. And then in the next episode, they're going to be in Puerto Rico filming. So I'm not needed down there, so it's not necessary for me to get up, or necessary for me to go to Puerto Rico, so they're not going to bring me to Puerto Rico. I'm going to pause this real quick, see if I can change any HUD settings or something. I don't want those little map things. VR. Tax ribbon, yeah. Why do I want VRS protection? Must be a new setting because that wasn't on there before. Yeah, I'll have to look up how to get rid of those things. Because I preferred not to have that stuff there. I have my airspeed, I have my map, I have my altitude, I have my vertical speed. Don't need any of this. Which I feel like we are flying towards the problem, which would be any of the designers that are from the country that's about 5 hours in front of us right now, coming over and fucking up all of our technology-based stuff with their endless enrichment. Also, 5 people in here. Other people, feel free to say hello. Tom is cool. I enjoy talking to Tom. Oh, there's Blinn. Yes, I am early today, thank you. We got a lot of flying to do. Basically, short story long, I have been slacking. Once work started back, I got kind of busy and put flying to the side, as I'm sure everybody noticed. And it doesn't make the best for consistency, and hasn't made the best for getting y'all in here and watching stuff whenever. He's building a new couch. Well, he should hurry up so that way you have a nicer place to sit. And hello, Sean, I guess. Yeah, so obviously I've not been consistent because work and life and all that stuff. And of course the original plan, which way out the window now unless I dedicate myself to like 2 5-hour streams a day until the end of the year. I was hoping to be able to fly around the world over my summer break. But of course, even though I could be in a real helicopter all day and be fine, sticking yourself in a little VR world is not always the most comfortable thing. You get eye fatigue, you get brain fatigue, you get little fatigues of everything. So, the past few times that I've streamed, I'm sure you've noticed me being a lot shorter with the legs. But today I put our track as like a full tank of fuel in this 225. So even if we miss the shot at the moon today, we will end up in the stars. Hopefully, either on the far northwest side of Myanmar, or Myanmar, however you want to say it, or all the way up past that to where we're almost ready to do a Everest attempt. Adios, Tom. Have a good day. We'll see you in a bit. Definitely going to need to put some vertical speed in here, though. Yeah, really just wanted to get on early to start knocking this out, because if I do it later, then I'm going to want to get off quicker. But if I do it now and we stream for 3 hours and I look down and it only says 9 o'clock, then I'm like, oh shit, I can go another hour, we can do another quick leg. So that's kind of the mentality with it. Start now. We got a sunrise coming up over our right shoulder. That was another thing. It's going to be more and more, I would say at least the next few thousand miles, as we're completely skipping India because I don't want to fucking land there. Doing Nepal and getting over into the Middle East and everything. We're very, very swapped on our times and our lighting schedules. So I better get used to doing some night flying, so I didn't mind starting a little bit earlier today also, just to get a little bit of darkness into the stream. Not the best for you guys, but so be it. That's part of flying live with live weather and live time. And also I figured we'd be crossing a mountain range around sunrise time, which will be a nice little visual for this, because it's already starting to look pretty cool. No ground speed indicator here, it's suboptimal. What do I want for Christmas? I want a new job. Or are you talking something that's actually like something that we can touch? something tangible. Now, since y'all are in here right now, I'll tell you a video I'm working on. I purchased something recently. Something that's kind of Christmas gift-ish. On an impulse purchase. And I'm making a video about that. Although I'm holding myself to an extremely high standard as far as what I want the video to say and to feel and to sound like. So when's it going to come out? I don't know, but I'm writing it. It's scripted. Or at least once I have my opinions on stuff, it's it'll be scripted. As far as stuff for it, I spent maybe $100 on the things and the bits. And I have to go get a pretty substantial bit of B-roll for it. Some of me using this thing. I mean, there's already been hints. Not in the stream, in real life there's been hints. But I need to go get some B-roll of me using it, as well as B-roll as what I feel I want the intro of the video to be. It's a whole different view of what's normally done for people that do these sorts of videos. It's not a palette of Labubus. Oh, definitely not. But yeah, like there are plenty of channels who do videos on this particular thing, but all of them are kind of the same. None of them are really what I want to see, but then again, they're also there specifically for the people who are hyper fixated on that topic, like super autistic-y sort of on that topic. It'd be like the equivalent of Sean, for instance, watching a video on a breakdown of a new piece of gear and them talking about the materials used, the manufacturing methods, the stitching techniques, the multiple purposes that was considered for different pockets and pouches and strips, where it's not just made for this, but it could also be that, etc., versus me watching it like, okay, cool, is it tough? Does it fit my needs? So the video I'm making is definitely not down that rabbit hole of going into all the details. There's plenty of channels who do that. All I'm looking to do during this bit is to bring attention to this particular hobby. What are you doing? Bring attention to this hobby so that way people can see it and maybe start looking for something that they enjoy. And it will have to end up being a video that I can spend years on this. When I say years, like I can spend months and months and months going around getting all the extra B-roll that I want to see, perfecting the narration, color editing, video editing, stitching it together. I've already spent hours trying to find the right music for the intro of the video. Of course, like, yeah, sure, I can spend thousands and have somebody compose something for me. Whatever, you know, it's... Why are you being so weird and wiggly right now, Mr. Helicopter? It's because I'm flying next to a mountain range, which is typically known for mechanically moving air currents in very drastic and unsuspecting ways. That would be wild. So yeah, I can spend a lot of time producing this video to the level that I would want to. But it will end up having to be a video where I say, okay, cool, I'm happy with this, it's good enough. It'll either be posted now in its form, or it'll never be posted because I'll be chasing perfection too much. And at the end of the day, the practice of this video is not going to be a 1 billion view video. But at the end of the day, the practice of it, me having fun and being creative and spending the time I would want to on it, will end up being way more beneficial than spending years and years and years trying to make it as such. Besides, there's always room for more, and putting that effort into something that's actually going to be heavier hitting or harder hitting or whatever you would like to say. Yeah, this thing's trim things are very strange. Very awkward feeling helicopter sometimes. Now we'll be ridge running up here. And only 293 kilometers or nautical miles left. Yay! This feels like slightly more aggressive than Appalachia, but not quite as aggressive as like the Sierra Nevada, the Rockies. Different level of mountains, though. Very unique. I think we're technically... I think we might be technically out of Thailand now. Whose idea was it to fly around the world? It's a lot of fucking work. Either way, I'll just be here chilling. Got a lot of flying today, so there will be good stretches of me just not talking. So I want to lay into it some, and I'll check chat every once in a while. If you happen to be the other person in here and you see somebody in here asking questions, just be like, hey, he's focusing. He'll be back in a minute. so weird that we have the screen stuff on like that. Yeah, I don't want all these fucking gauges around me. When we stop for a fuel stop or something, I'm going to search heavier. Get rid of HUD while flying VR in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. General options, flight interface, assistance options, user experience. Let's see. Settings. Go back to the thing. Let's see. Assistance user experience. Does not exist. Flight interface. Airport markers. Okay, cool, we're good. Got rid of that shit. Well, if I said like, cool, we'll take a look at this once we land, and then I immediately pause the game and okay, let's figure our shit back out again since we've got the HUD heads-up display sorted. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm going to be quiet for a bit. If I feel like yapping, I will. I'll chat a bit. I'll sit here and enjoy the mountains while I can. Slight tailwind. Don't think there's a ground speed indicator, which sucks. That's cool. Don't know what that is, but I'm going to start playing with it. Interesting. Why, yes, I am working my way towards the river to follow it. How did you know? Maybe one day I'll also throw in like a hand and feet cam to watch the controls, because I know there are people who are interested in that. I'm not saying I want to live in Southeast Asia, but if I woke up to a view like this every day, like living on one of these mountains or something, I'd be pretty okay with that. Also, one thing I'm excited to do in real life is fly next to stuff that's significantly higher than I am elevation-wise. I remember back on like episode 7 or 8, we flew over Mount St. Helens and whatever one's right near it. Rainier? Is Rainier up there near that? Either way, flew over those. And getting up to the second one, it was almost unsettling just how big this protrusion was. This is definitely not dangerous flying whatsoever. You can definitely see where the hills are ahead of us. There goes our river friend. Oh well. We have a little valley up ahead of us we're going to kind of parallel. Don't want to get too down into it because I don't know how far offline it goes. Although the more right we stay, the more in line we technically are. We're kind of doing a left banana to get up to final destination today, to allow for fuel stops and bathroom breaks. But just showing. I'm gonna turn my phone screen off again, focus up, take a sip of poison, and I'm good to go. Speaking of my poison, I usually buy it by the flat. On Amazon, it's like $25 to $27. But for some reason this week, it's at $47 for 12 of my Rain energy drinks that I partake in. So, with that being said, I've got one more left, but I don't plan on buying any more. I'll just go to the gas station and get them for $2 a piece until the prices come back down on Amazon because they spiked for whatever fucking reason. Hoping that somebody would just click the order again and not notice. Timothy, welcome back. Just did a little bit of river flying. Now we're just making our way. Another 250 miles for the first leg. Who knows? Maybe I'll be a bitch again and call it after a short, long, one-leg thing. But that's kind of why I got the big comfy helicopter today, because it has ridiculous amounts of range. There's not a lot of built-up airfields in this area anyways. So I kind of got this to cover some long distances. Very cool hills in this area though. Becoming much more lively compared to what it was like previously. Yeah, I mean, still, even if I just do this one leg today, it's 350 nautical miles. Swap helis, we'll see, because I think this is still going to be like 1/3 of the trip. So my default for today is speed over everything. That was another reason in choosing this one, because I can fly at 165, 170 knots. If we want to start doing stuff again, we got to start. Pulaski, you missed a lot. Yeah, if we want to start doing these streams more, I need to start putting on some mileage. Which we'll be doing A star here in a couple of episodes anyways, just because we're going to be doing an Everest attempt again. PP. Anyways, yeah, well, we'll see. I need to look at what our distances are once we get up here, and we'll judge it from there. If anything, we'll hop in another quick something like the H-160 or something like that, another missile as far as helicopters are concerned. Or we'll do the Black Hawk again. Like I said, defaulting to speed today, just because I set it up for a long leg. Like if you look at Mae Sot up to Guwahati, I think, is the final in location. It's a substantial jump today that I kind of pre-set up. Let's make sure we fly over the PP marker. That's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime thing, right? With a VOR setup or something. Ooh, good reveal right there. Look at that ridge line. Hell yeah. Yeah, flying in the mountains will be fun. It's on my list of things to do. I would really like to get my hours and certified to rent the 44, but work is so fucking slow right now. I just can't justify handing out $2,500 right now to get the 5 hours and training and everything, which really it wouldn't be like 5 hours of R44, it'd be 5 hours towards instrument, and then that could also just count to my 44 hours in approval to rent that. But I would love to be able to hop in the 44 and do a trip up to North Georgia to the mountains to fly there and to go like a winery or something and get dinner up there. And also that 5 hours would not only just be towards instrument, but it would also be towards commercial too, obviously. Every hour that I do now is going towards my commercial. Although a lot of it I do need to do it with an instructor. There's a lot of solo hours that I need to do. And I'm still okay just to do kind of fun flights right now because I'm just need to get the hours. Eventually my solos will need to be like a 100-mile in one direction trip sort of thing. Dreaming, yeah, exactly. Who doesn't want to hop in a helicopter and fly through the mountains and go to a winery or a restaurant or something like that? I've low-key been like slowly working through the southeast, looking for restaurants, points of interest, and places like that that are in fact helicopterable. Right now just kind of getting locations of places where it could be. And then once I have a good solid data set of that to begin with, then I'll start going through property records and finding property owners, reaching out to them and seeing if I can get an approved list of places to do off-airport landings, because why not? I want to be like Tom going to go get donuts in a helicopter. Although with that, y'all didn't park. Y'all didn't pork. You didn't land right next to the donut place. It was kind of like a field in town that y'all had permission to land at. Or that's what it looked like to me. Also, would like to go to Australia and fly with my homie Tom. Would be fun. In case anybody's at this point and they're curious what we're flying today, we're flying the Airbus H225, also known as the Super Puma. Tom, hi. Yeah, I was just saying that I think when you went to go get the donuts, you landed in a field near the donut place versus landing actually at the donut place. But either way, I'm making a list. Yeah, 100 meters, yeah. Definitely walking distance. Yeah, so like I'm looking at places where it's... I'm currently looking at spots where it's like on property or right next door. But then again, I'll start looking more and more spread out. Like, okay, cool, it's across the street, but like an easy walk. Or down the street, but it's an easy walk to get to somewhere, like a good approach and departure paths out. Not over too many people, working that out as I go. Also looking at hotels, because I think that'd be a cool thing. Although most small airports, if you land there and you buy fuel, you can have access to the crew car. And if you get there late at night and you need the crew car to go to the hotel, you can take the crew car to go to the hotel. But if the crew car's not there, you gotta find a ride. Dude, rooftop spot would be something cool. I do look forward to landing on a rooftop. One day, and hopefully soon, actually, there's a, I think it's called Colony Square. I don't think it's Colonial Square. I think it's Colony Square. There's a mall up in Atlanta, Georgia called Colony Square. And they have a helipad on the roof. So I think that'd be another cool thing to make all the calls and stuff beforehand. And be able to land over on Colony Square. Drop somebody off, pick them up. Something like that. Or if it's like you're riding with somebody, I'm sure there's a Starbucks or something in there. And be like, hey, go down there and get a large Frappy Nappuccino or some shit. And have them go and get drinks and come back up. There's also I think it's the Hilton Garden Inn. That's in Atlanta over near Centennial Olympic Park, which if you think back to 1996, that's where the terrorist attack bombing took place. But there's a helipad for the hotel. I don't know how often it's used. I'm actually very interested in like what its use case is. But there's also, of course, a nicer hotel restaurant that's there. So I'm curious if it's something where you can land there, go inside, eat, and come back out, or if they only won't drop-offs and pickups and nothing where it's a full shutdown. So that's something I'm interested in that I'll be looking into eventually. Because not only do I think that those would make very cool videos for multi-shot Mac, I don't want to try to take any of Matty LP's, Matt Lombard. I don't want to take any of his steam. But I know he does not want to be making R22 flies to go get coffee, R22 flies to McDonald's content forever. Even though it feeds him very nicely. He gets his views, he gets his money. I know he wants to fly bigger and better things eventually. So somebody will have to fill that niche for the time being, and it could be me. Should be me. I can yap, I can talk, I can educate, we can do cool stuff. I feel like there's and it's also one of those things where even if you can't land directly at some sort of spot, we're going to hit this little saddle up here. Even if you can land at the actual spot and you have to land private property nearby or something, a lot of these people are like, cool, like I'll sign a thing saying it's all my liability. You're not responsible for something if something is wrong. And then be like, hey, I'll give you a ride in the helicopter. And then you take somebody up and they get like a free $250 like 30-minute loop around Atlanta or something like that, or around their town, and they get to look and see and take pictures and wave and stuff. And it makes you that cool friend that can come and land at their place. And I think there's a lot of spots like that. And it's a very underserved thing because helicoptering, guess what, is not cheap. And it's also not exactly the most noise environment friendly as well. They're noisy if you're not a car guy or helicopter guy where it's not your thing. Hey, Georgia Plane Spotting's here. What's going on, dude? Good to see you. Welcome back. We had a very early start to flying today. And you can see we still have 218 nautical miles left. Also, fun fact for Georgia Plane Spotting, I don't know if you remember, but previously, if this was our computer screen right here, I would have to just show you my left eye and kind of zoom in there, and that was the viewing box for you. But now, for some reason, it's the entire screen, so we had to readjust that. Sean is finally here. How's the couch? You are keeping the cats occupied. We are heading to Taekwondo Jiu-Jitsu. Okay, guys, we're in charge of Sean's cats while he's gone. on, we will do you the best. So I'll get my laser pointer out for them. Here you go. Look at that kitty. But yeah, make friends with people. Go land places. I think that more people would be open to helicopters landing at their place if they have the appropriate room and stuff for it. As long as you call ahead and they say like, oh yeah, it's cool, like, oh no, sorry, we've got family over and it's going to cause too much of a fuss, and like, cool, yeah, you don't land there. But I think it's a very underserved market as far as cool things to do. Is it's not very common, and if you can make it more common, then it becomes more acceptable. And when it becomes more acceptable, more people will let you land at their place. You don't want to come home to a broken TV. Okay, we'll just continue doing as what we do. If they want to watch, that's up to them. Yeah, I would love to do some off-airport shit. But with that being said, that's also something where it either needs to be places approved by the school that I'm currently renting the helicopter from, or I need to get them approved by the school that I'm currently renting the helicopters from, or, you know, buying or putting on lease or something my own. I had been looking at like the 296, the Schweitzer 296, the TH55, the 300 CBI, that platform. I think the TH55 was the military designation for their trainer. Just like, I think they call it TH66, the training helicopter 66, which is the Robinson R66. But the old Schweitzer was their training one. I think their designation was TH55. There's one on Facebook Marketplace right now in North Georgia for $120,000. But looking at that, looking at the viability, because it's not only just a I get it for me and only I use it, if I can lease it to the school for X amount of dollars per month, it could cover my payment. Or, since it's the school that I use, I can just say like, hey, here's a helicopter, I want you to use it for free. All you need to do is cover the maintenance or whatever that happens on it, or any preventive maintenance, anything that big that pops up, like I'll handle something. But in exchange, you give me hours in the 44 and the 22, or so. Like we'll deal something out of it like that. Or even if it's not that, say like, you know, cool, $3,000 a month. You have access to this. That's your minimum, and anything over that, I make 75% of the hourly rental. So it's a $400 an hour thing. They keep 100. I make 300 an hour after a minimum of 10 hours or something. You know, there's ways to do it, and it's something I've been looking into it since before I started doing the sim. Before I started getting my private license, it's just always been a thing on the list of things to do. Is it frowned upon some in the world of professional flying? Yes, owner-operators are frowned upon. I follow a few meme pages and stuff online who are professional pilots currently, and they do dog on people, like Matt Lombard and whoever. Because they're like, cool, owner-operator gets all the hours, but he's still unhirable. Which, sure, whatever, you know, it's people's own course of doing it. At the end of the day, a lot of people will just say like, oh, cool, like, and also depending, like, if you're a 500 hour, or let's say 1,000, let's say he puts 1,000 hours on this 22. If he's a 1,000 hour 22 pilot, with maybe like 150, 200 hours of 44 mixed in there because he flies with his friends a lot. if he's one of those, he's still a lot better chance of being hired than a 500-hour, 22 only dude who got 200 and started doing CFI. Because guess what? Man has his CFI too. And he doesn't show everybody his daily job. So it's always weird seeing people like that. I see the different levels of being hireable or having people look at you in one way or another because you were an owner-operator of something. Whatever. At the end of the day, he's paying way less to get his 1,000 hours worth of time than somebody who's purely renting is spending to get their 300, 400, 500 hours of time. So that's on them for not being financially fucking smart with it. Ooh, starting to get sun coming over and touch the tops of these mountains. And then also, on top of that too, if you're an owner-operator who buys your own helicopter, manages it, you can see the sun going down the mountain there. Very cool. Manages your own helicopter, manages the maintenance schedules, keeps everything on point, maybe even trades it up and is able to purchase a 44 and keep it where it's profitable for yourself. You can either start your own business, or when you do go to apply to somewhere that's sorry about the screen being wiggly, I'm readjusting my hair, it got in my eye a little bit. When you go to apply to somewhere and they're looking for somebody who's a chief pilot, like chief pilots aren't always the highest hour people. I forget who it was on the helicopter podcast I was listening to. It might have even been something different, but it was a guy who was only like 1,500 hours or something, and he got chief pilot at some big place where like they have multi-million dollar ships, like S-92 size, like PHI sized company, and he got chief pilot because he was able to do all the management of stuff. He knew all the paperwork side of stuff. He knew all the logistics that was related to it outside of just wiggling the stick and flying the helicopter. And he was put in charge of a whole bunch of people who were 10,000, 15,000 hour pilots just because he had those extra skills. And if it was me and I was a company owner and I was looking for somebody who was just some asshole pilot versus somebody who was a pilot who flew good, did all that stuff just as fine, but also was able to manage his own helicopter or two, I would be very much more likely to hire the person who managed their own fleet or managed their own ship and took care of all that and knew all the paperwork and kept up with the laws and everything. And they would get the chief pilot position over somebody who had a lot more hours just because they knew how to run stuff. So it's a weird line. I'm also pro meme page, even though it sounds like I was just dogging the shit out of them. Jester's privilege is a thing. You have to be able to make jokes and you have to be able to take jokes. And that's something that's not really acknowledged by a lot of people. Is there a limit to Jester's privilege? No. I honestly don't think there is. Be as mean as you fucking want to. If you can't handle it, then you need to learn how to walk away and stop listening. But with that said, a lot of these Jester people that are running on Jester's privileges also run on a lack of information. One of them, again, one of the helicopter meme pages was dogging on Heavy D, which is Dave Sparks, Diesel Brothers guy, has a Heavy D Sparks YouTube channel. Does he do sketchy stuff in helicopters? Yes, I'm not sure what line he's riding on some of this. But the guy was talking about how Blackhawks are restricted category helicopters when you get a military surplus one. Restricted category helicopters are only allowed to carry minimum crew for the job that they are restricted to doing. So if it's a firefighting thing, you have either 2 or 3 people on there, like pilot, PIC, SIC, and then maybe like a crew chief or engineer in the back, something like that. You're limited to that number of people. That's all you can do. And he was commenting on Heavy D having like 10 or 15 people in his Black Hawk flying them around. He's like, what about that minimum crew limitation? I was like, well, if you looked slightly deeper into it, you would see that he went through like a many month-long process of getting this certified as an experimental, which means he's allowed to do all that stuff. And then there was a thing where he was flying, he had gone to, this one I'm still not sure what the legalities are on. I didn't look too far into it. But he was at like a Can-Am or Polaris side-by-side event or something like that. And he went to go fly. He flew some of the other internet celebrities, reporters, and stuff around where he had gone there to the event, and before he left, he probably said something to the organizers like, hey, I've got my Black Hawk here, I've got fuel in it, if you want to give some of these guys a ride over the dunes, we can go for a ride over the dunes. And they did, and he gave them the ride. But now apparently he's being investigated because he was doing stuff outside of what his limitations were. I don't know, there's a lot of shit with it. And it's like, yeah, he went through the process. He's type certified in the helicopter, so he went through like a week-long training class just to be certified to fly that helicopter. The Black Hawk's a two-pilot ship. You have to have a pilot in command who is type rated in the helicopter, and then the other pilot can just be a normal helicopter pilot. But it's like, yeah, he went through the process. He's type rated in the helicopter, and if he wasn't type rated at that time, the person who was flying was type rated. So they were allowed to fly, and they went through all the information. They know what the doors off V&E speed is. They're fully aware of all that. They're not just fucking... Are they just dudes who had an extra couple $1 million to spend on a helicopter? Yeah, sure. At the end of the day, yes. But they're also not fucking retarded. Some people are just haters because people didn't go through the same process and hardships that they went through. It leads to good memes, but you also have to know what's informed and what is uninformed. Are they informed knowing that restricted class helicopters only have minimum crew for the limitation? Yeah. Did they look deeper into the situation they were making jokes on? No, they didn't. Cutting this one close. Maneuverability at speed is greatly limited. Could just be following this nice and easy valley over here. Silly me. That's what I get for wanting to be extra. $186 miles, so we're looking at another hour or so on this first leg. We will judge what we feel like at the end of this first leg to see if it's something where we want to push more. Curious, what country are we in? I think we're out of Thailand now. I think Thailand ends here-ish. So we're over Myanmar. So yeah, we're halfway through our first leg today. And our second one's about the same. So yeah, it's about a halfway mark to our first checkpoint. And then quarters or so past that. Yeah, I believe Myanmar. Don't quote me on it. I've yet to see guerrilla forces fighting here yet, but if they were, this is where they would be, probably. I also probably assume it's probably a border dispute, so it's not just people fighting in the middle of the country randomly. Honestly, I haven't looked too much into Myanmar issues. I know it's a thing, though. I know it's a very bloody thing. Which is wild because it's such a beautiful place out here. A lot of these places are extremely beautiful. Southeast Asia is just a honey hole of good views, like fertile soil. Everybody over here wants a piece of everybody else, so you get what you get. Ground speed 178, airspeed 177. Found the ground speed indicator, just wasn't looking hard enough previously. Yeah, there's very low civilization out here. I mean, look how thick the jungle is. Look how uninviting the terrain is. Unless you have the U.S. taxpayer overpaying for everything, you're not building roads out here. My elixir is running low, but alas, it is 7 o'clock. Do not want to be drinking another elixir this late at night, because that would make me up all night, and who knows what I do when I'm on the phone past midnight. Let's put a little bit of altitude in here, just it's a long trip today. I'm not looking for a reset. Or if something messes up with this auto trim system and it flings me to the ground. I'd rather be up just a wee bit. Although flying low is kind of the whole point, right? Well, I wanted to be at 10,000 feet and be in a beach or something. A twin beach. There's like a little lake up here that we're going to be crossing. Okay. I kind of swing a little bit left here so we can get a better view of this lake. It's a feeder river into it. I see your comments. I'll be reading in just a second. Try not to terrain smash this low. Going to beginning to see the Global X flight soon. Oh, hell yeah. I didn't know they had moved. What a weird shadow. Cool little mountain lake here. Pretty nifty. 5-knot wind coming off the right. Look at that, very cool. I didn't know Benning would allow that stuff out of there, but I guess it makes sense to an extent. Especially with the reconstruction that was happening. Do you think they're going to stay there, or are they going to move back to CSG? Because I feel like most of their infrastructure and everything would have been set up there to support. But if it was easy enough to move to Benning, and Benning would still rather have them coming in, then that's nice. Yeah, deportation flights make it more private, I guess. Less chance for people to break in and start making a fuss out of it. Is there a spot for you to view Benning runways and stuff from civilian land, or is it something where they allow people to go to the airport? I've yet to really look at Benning's layout. Yeah, I'm surprised they just weren't doing Benning from the beginning and they were all depot flights. It just feels like that's a much more secure place. Military family. Okay, makes sense. You don't think there's or I'm sure you looked into it or whatever, there's no rules for posting videos of military flight lines. Well, I guess it probably doesn't matter that much, because if you look at like Dobbins Air Force Base in Atlanta, there's places where you can park on civilian-owned land, like just at the end of either runway, so it doesn't matter that much, I don't think. Yeah, y'all are south of the fall line down there, so it should be pretty flat. Pine Mountain's kind of like the last big hill going that direction. No, so the only viewing spots of Benning are military. That makes sense. Well, that makes sense. Just when you got that much property down there and the airfield's not on the edge of it, it makes sense that there's no spots to get in there. And now they're like they're just going to let civilian people come in there and watch. My elixir has been extinguished. There is no more elixir left. Start a slight little pullback, like a 1,000 foot per minute climb on it. 1,500 foot per minute climb should get us hello sunlight. Is there a second peak? Yeah, it's like a little peak in a second one. Okay. Cool. There's a road that comes right at the end of runway 15. Oh, they closed the road for landings and stuff. I mean, if you look at, which kind of sucks, because it would have been a good spot. Ooh, nice out to the left. Nice big wide. We're going to fly across that here in a bit anyways, straight ahead. Peachtree City KFFC Falcon Field up here. The north end of their runway. There are signs along the road that says like no parking allowed or whatever. So you can't get like those people that are approaching from the south going north. You can't get those long off descending shots of them coming in or anything. Which sucks. It'd be a really good place, and Peachtree City is a very popular place. There's like 4 flight schools there. No rotor wing flight schools, but they do have a good bit of rotor wing stuff that comes out of there. Yeah, there's a lot of good spots that are, I don't want to say ruined because of airport rules, because it makes sense. I'm not going to complain like, well, this is stupid. People should be able to come over here and watch. But like, it would be nice. Like, spotters are people too. It's like, I'm glad y'all were able to get to that patio spot up here at Speedway. Just because it's a nice cool place, you're not worried about the fence there blocking the camera as you're panning or whatever. It's got the nice little cover spot with fans, and sometimes the radio's on so you can hear all the approach calls and the pattern calls and everything. So yeah, true, the golf course is a good spotting location. I think it's slightly below elevation though, if I remember correctly, so I don't think you can see down all the way. Honestly, I need to fly Falcon Field. I've never been out there, other than like on the ground. But I'd like to come out there and at least do an approach and touch and go from each direction once. What I'd be really interested to see is how good. I assume you follow Mike Patey, the guy that built Draco and Scrappy and all those other cool planes. I'd be really interested to see how nice Provo, Spanish Fork Airport is once he gets finished with the Patey Aviation Park and everything. Because like, I'm sure even though he doesn't have to, he will have invested some sort of time or money into people who aren't flying yet, and I'm sure there's a restaurant and like a viewing area and everything there, or there will be. There's a part of the road that shows the entire runway during the air show. I saw people watching there. Oh, I don't know if you can see the runway though. I'll drive by again. I need to go out that direction anyways for some things. But even then, like, I don't know how friendly it is if you get on the golf course and just set up there. I don't know what their rules or regulations or whatever. I don't even know if it's a public golf course or if it's a club. Because there's like 30 golf courses in Peachtree City. A lot of them are neighborhood stuff or club related. So I don't know what that is. I mean, hell, even if it was a pay $50 thing to go and play golf for the day, like, cool, pay $50 to go play golf and set up and get a good spot, you know? If you really want like a good, strong location, like, cool, pay their fee and do their thing. They can't stop you because you paid entrance fee at that point. But I do know that there's no parking along that road, so if you want to be up there, you have to walk. Or you have to get a ride from somebody to drop you off, and then they go park, and then they walk up there. So it's kind of a... Back in ATL the 20th or 23rd, and then PDK after Christmas. Nice. I still owe you a ride, so eventually. But I'm working more, that's for sure. Right now everything's tight where I'm trying to just do a ride once every 3 weeks, 4 weeks or something like that, just to stay recent and current enough to where I feel fine in it, and I feel fine taking people up in it. Which I need to talk to one of my friends, because he's going to want to do multiple rides. And I'll be like, hey Mikey, if you just go ahead and pay for the full ride now, I'll give you a ride later of an equal or greater time. And that will keep me clear of the 50% rule, because it's just him getting the ride later and whatever. I also want to go down and fly Pine Mountain more. I want to go up and down the ridge. It's on my to-do list just because I want to fly near big hills. There's a lot of places I want to fly. And plus the thing is too, it's like for me, flying around, I can fly laps in pattern and be happy. It's just neat flying. But also I don't mind flying around Henry County, McDonough, Locust Grove, all those areas, because it's like places that I drive all the time. It's places that I know, and I get to see all this different stuff from the road, which is cool and different, because guess what? You don't get to see that perspective often. It's even significantly different than looking at satellite view or whatever. But like when I have friends that want to come fly or whatever, I'm like, I don't know what to do with them. It's like, okay, cool, we can do like 20 minutes up to Atlanta, circle around once, and 20 minutes back. And that will put us like right at the hour mark. But like, is that what y'all want to do? Because if we wanted to go somewhere and see something, then like we have to travel from place to place. So I need to look at other locations that have helicopters for rent and get on their approved list. So if I have a friend that lives in North Georgia or Northeast Georgia, I can go to like Blue Ridge Helicopters or something and be able to fly their ships and give my friends rides there on rentals versus trying to do a 30 and 45 minute commute with a helicopter to go see something and then come back. Like I'm pretty sure, like for you, I could just fly down or drive down to Columbus and rent one of the helicopters there and just fly out of there, and that would make it that much easier for you, and then you would actually see things that you're familiar with. Of course, have to deal with airspace stuff, but whatever, it's Class Delta, it's not that big of a deal. But that would be, I don't want to say infinitely more interesting for you, but it would be significantly more interesting for you because it is a place that you're familiar with. It's a place where you're on the roads there all the time, you're always riding around down there, like everything that you do is in that area. So for me to, oh yeah, do a river flight's on my list. I've scouted a lot of the rivers through Google Maps and stuff, looking for places, like looking at power lines, and stuff like that, just because I want to be lower level. I want to be following the racetrack line around a river. And I don't want to be like, that's something I want to look into soon with an instructor, but next time I fly with an instructor, something I've noticed, like when I'm doing a flight over Dave's and friend, or we flew down over the little motorcycle racetrack the other day and I turned around and flew back over. I don't want to say like, ooh, I want to get better at sharper turns, but there's always you want to stay in trim. Being in trim is a very important thing. That way you're not putting too much side load on the tail boom on one way or the other, although I'm sure it's tested way more than what I would ever want to put it through. But doing a turn tighter, you want to plane as long as you're in a helicopter. Yeah, I mean, if anything, then like we'd do like a 30-minute loop around Henry County or something like that, just pointing out some places, and just figure out like what's acceptable for like how far you would want to go out and what would be wanted and stuff. Yeah, so like I want to talk to the instructor next time, because Aiden's gone. He's in Hawaii now flying. But with Brett or somebody like that, whoever the new instructor be, like how to turn slightly tighter, because every time with Aiden when we'd be doing a turn or whatever, it'd always be like, okay, cool, stay in trim, stay in trim, stay in trim, stay in trim, which that's a great lesson. There's nothing wrong with that. That is the by the book way to do something. But if I want to happen to put it over and bank a little bit harder, like what's the proper technique for that? Because I can do it here in the sim, in the zero repercussion simulator, but even though I don't want to be turning sharper all the time in real life, I feel like it's also a very important skill to know, because my brain's going trim, 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 while I should probably be focusing on something else while I'm doing it, or some other version of things to monitor or actions to take. Especially being in a 22, I don't think there would be any sort of low G pushing or anything on that. But you know, it's something I want to learn how to do, just because if you ever need to do something in an emergency situation, that's a very good maneuver to know how to handle appropriately. Like over one airport here. Still 123 nautical miles until stop numero uno. So we're just going to do a low and fast approach on this one. Like I said, the weirdest thing for me on my first like I had ridden in a helicopter before when I was younger. There's a big rich guy up here in this county who would throw like a 4th of July party every year. And one year he had 2 of his friends and his helicopter pilot. They were giving rides to people. So I got to ride in that, but it was kind of like a quick up and down sort of thing. Didn't really get to pay too much attention to it or whatever. But my first time doing my discovery flight, it really surprised me how it felt like somebody was picking me up by the back of the neck, like your shirt. Like if you were to like to put a hook on your shirt, like where the tag is, it almost felt like somebody picked me up by the tag. Center of rotation is in the helicopter. So like I could very, very well feel that center of rotation. And it surprised me. I did not expect that. Yes, I'm aware. Decision height. Looks like a separate older runway there. Don't know. Strange. Ground speed 160 miles an hour. Well, 160 knots, whatever that translates to miles per hour. Don't know. Don't care. I just know that we are cruising. Throw a bit of a climb in here. Get back on course. Although I really had to pee, we should have made that one of the stops, but I'll wait till we get to our first marked location. Throw some more pitch in there, bring the torque on up. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Good, that's 5-minute takeoff power. On we go, 114 nautical miles, cruising, ground speed 154. So about 35 minutes. 40 minutes. We are speeding up, so we'll see. Close enough. Hello, 6 people, whoever's in here. Me, Georgia Plains Spotting, Sean and them are at Taekwondo, but we were entertaining their cats. So, just as he asked me not to do. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Look, laser pointing, laser pointing. Right here on the TV, right here on the TV. Look at that. Anyways. Orange Jeep, what's up? Good to see you, dude. Welcome back. I say welcome back like I haven't been the one that's been gone for weeks at a time, living a life outside of this VR headset. Still see airspace there. Sick. Love it. Only a 3-knot headwind, not terrible. Oh yeah, I saw it change Tom's name. Changed Orange Jeep's name. Dude, there's a lot of stuff that changed. I had to re-download. I was going to stream like 10 minutes earlier than when I started. But I had to download MetaQuest link again on the PC to make it work to where I could actually be in VR. And then there was the update on Flight Sim 2024 where, like I said, it's no longer a... If this is my computer screen, and usually it's right eye here, left eye here, and I would have you guys zoomed in on my left eye. Now it's the entire screen is what I'm showing you, so it was like super hyper zoomed in. But let's go. What are you doing in there? Oh, are you talking about the cats that I'm trying to get to destroy Sean's TV? Nobody tell him I did that, okay? It's of the utmost importance. Not that he can go back through the stream and see if somebody did that, but he could, but why would he? Because we're not going to tell him. Okay, it's auto-feeding from left tank now. Good, good, good. 301 pounds right tank, 1100 left tank. Time to drain that one outside. Yep, now we're getting over the portion where we fly over flat ground for a little bit here in the middle of Myanmar. As our next destination is at a 323 degree heading, which we are about there now. You can see that denoted by a little tick mark there. I'm just going to continue pouring on power until we get just under our takeoff power limits. Get as much airspeed as we can. We are fighting a slight right crosswind coming along the head. About 3 knot airspeed, ground speed deviation. A little bit of right pedal to keep us slightly crabbed into it. And for those of you who are wondering, flying with my left hand so I can use my mouse. This right here is our wind speed indicator. Ground speed right here, 161. True airspeed, 162. And also I can look at my wind speed direction here. This right here is our power indicator. It fluctuates with the computer and how it reads everything happening. So if I add or cyclic in a certain direction, it can change what our limits are, and right there we're more into it because we're turning in a certain direction into the wind. Very smart system. FADEC is a very highly efficient computer. But we're going to stay just under 5-minute takeoff because this helicopter will overheat and fall out of the sky. Which, fun fact, is not the normal reason that these helicopters fall out of the sky. The 332 and the now 225, is its current name, had a gearbox issue back in the day where it would cause the entire gearbox to effectively break off, lose the main rotor systems, and this helicopter would drop out of the sky. There's a handful of deaths with it. A lot of operators stopped using them. Airbus thought they fixed it. People kept using it. The issue happened again. And the crazy part was it was an issue that could happen without any sort of warning. So the first one had indications of it through warning lights, as far as like a chip light came on, and they inspected it per the book, and they said, nothing seems to be wrong, so we're going to keep doing it, but gears ate itself up. The second one had a failure without anything happening beforehand. So they had to do an entire redesign on a lot of stuff inside the gearboxes of these particular helicopters. Now they are coming back into service. That issue has been allegedly resolved. Resolved enough where there's actually a couple of 225s fighting fires or getting fire contracts up here in North America. I think there's a few West Coast right now. I want to say Ventura County, California has a 225 in their sheriff's department that they use for search and rescue and firefighting and any sort of medevac stuff they need. Giant helicopter for that, by the way. Huge payload capacity. So I don't know what the sheriff's department could need this for, But it's probably one of the things where they also let it be used during fire season and such, so it's not just going up every day for no reason. It probably goes up every once in a while when they want it to stay consistent and recent and current with it. You know, but it probably gets used a lot during fire season. Or as soon as there's a car crash with some sort of fire that pops up, they probably send it out with a Bambi bucket just to have it ready to go and to dampen the area around just to keep the fire down. This little stretch here will be our last green bit for a little while. Looks like we'll cross over a small little green island before we really get up to where our first stop is. 91 nautical miles. Same heading, current ground speed 162 knots. And I will definitely need a bathroom break once we get up here. And it'll be nice to stretch the legs as well. Lucky you guys, you can just put me on your phone and walk around. Meanwhile, I'm glued to the world's most uncomfy office chair. But this is my cross to bear. Yeah, it's been long since a water crossing, and it will continue being long. I think our next one will be when we're jumping Persian Gulf, potentially. Because I think I'm planning on Afghanistan south, hitting Saudi, and going back up around. And then it'll be a Mediterranean hop up to, like, Cyprus or southern Italy or something like that. And then the next big one will be the English Channel, and then the big Iceland-Greenland hop days. Next water crossing after that, like I said, I want to go down and hit South America just that way I can say I hit all the continents, and this adds an extra week and a half to the trip, but not that big of a deal because it's already taken so fucking long anyways. So there will be a lot of island hops going off of Florida down there. Which hopefully those will be good weather days that we do those, because I'll probably have to wait for good weather days for that, because I don't want to do water crossings on bad weather. We already did that with Russia because there was really no way to not do that. It was either bad weather along the coast where I'd be flying IFR, or bad weather along the island chain where I'd be flying IFR. So, ooh, look, a car. That's new. Yeah, then after that, there really should be no water crossings unless I kind of jump the Yucatan Peninsula. But really, I mean, I'd be going same location, it'd just be a save of time at that point. And then back up through Mexico, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. We'll hit Columbus last day. Then we'll do our final jump back up to KHMP Speedway and land at the same location we took off from, using the same helicopter and livery we took off with. So I will need to look back and figure out what we were using on that day. There's a high chance it was an A-Star that we used day one, just because that's kind of like a good solid start this way helicopter. But I honestly don't remember. I think it was an A-Star though. But I'll have to look back and see if it was the stock one that came with Flight Sim, or if it was the Cowan Sim one, and then depending on which one it was, which livery we need to use. But that'll be our last flight going from Columbus back up there. And regardless of what that is, I'll make sure it's a day that you're able to watch, because you've been here for most, if not all, of the episodes. You're a homie, and I want to make sure that you are here on the day that we are near your location in your home airport, and to be here for the last day anyways. So that'll be a very planned thing once we get up to it. It won't be like a last minute like today where I was just like, I'm going to stream out of nowhere. Let's do it. It'll be like known for a couple of weeks beforehand, so anybody who wants to watch can plan ahead, and we can hopefully have a really cool stream for the last one. There's also a high potential by that time I will have reached the 1,000 subscriber mark. I'm only 21 subscribers away at this point right now, so I do foresee that happening before then. That's another reason why I'm kind of going to be streaming a lot this next 2 weeks. It'll be your day, exactly. So I kind of want to push streaming a lot these next 2 to 3 weeks. Because I did notice when we were streaming consistently, the algorithm did push my other videos more. And it got to a point where I was getting like 2 or 3 subs a day. So I don't expect that today, but maybe if we do this for a good 2 or 3 weeks straight, I'll be able to get another 20 or so subs, get me up to 1,000, we'll monetize. And then if I'm monetized at that point, I have more reason to be doing stuff, more reason to be producing videos, because there's a financial incentive, obviously. And then who knows, maybe we'll plan for giveaways or something for the final stream, and viewer awards. Like the most helicopter change request goes to Tom. I don't know, we'll figure out some cool fun stuff. I'll be planning for a lot of that for the weeks leading up to whatever that last day is going to be. Not as gray out here as expecting it, but it looks like we're still over a bit of green area, so we'll see here in 5 minutes or so. Jeez, it's only 7:43, not even 8 o'clock yet. Honestly, I think that's what killed the last stream for me. Like, I had started kind of late, and it was like 10 or 11 o'clock, and I was like, man, I don't want to try to push for another leg, you know, because then it's going to take another hour and a half, 2 hours, and be past midnight. Today, though, 7:43, I still feel pretty good. Ooh, and I have water right here. Very nice. Do wish I had more snacks. I'll tell you what would hit right now, though. It would suck for you guys, because you'd have to hear me munching. But like a charcuterie board, a meat and cheese and cracker board would be great. Everybody likes to make jokes about them, because like once Americans find out something that's neat and kind of foreign-y, they want to do it. Yeah, this is definitely the earliest stream. But one of those, because like I've been on a pretzel rod kick here recently, and like pretzel rods with like cheese and like pepperonis and different like meat slices and stuff. Oh, that would hit the mark right now. That would be so good. Yeah, it's a thing. I love crunchy, salty foods. I love a lot of snack foods. I was honestly pretty addicted to chocolate a couple of years ago, where I was eating like 10 king-size Milky Ways a day. Like, bad level of addicted to it. And I cut that out. Before the Milky Ways, because the only reason I went Milky Ways was they had the sea salt caramel. And you get that little bit of a salt every once in a while in there, and it was just good. But I've always been a Reese's person. I preferred the Reese's Big Cup because there's a better peanut butter to chocolate ratio. And then especially like this time of the year, where they have the 1 pound Reese's packs with the 2 half-pound cups, I could eat an entire half-pound cup in a day. And I still could. I still have exactly the same sweet tooth, I just have more self-control now. But I'll be honest, I started trying the Mr. Beast Feastables chocolate. And his peanut butter cups, I like a good bit better than the Reese's. Charcuter's got it. Charcuterie. You would feel somebody with a last name like mine would understand how to pronounce different words. Valeska, what's the language translation on that? Where's that from? What's it mean? But yeah, the Mr. Beast peanut butter cups, I like them a lot. Just if I see them, if I go to Kroger, I don't think they sell them at Ingles by the big pack, the multi-pack. But I'll grab one from like the checkout line whenever I go there. We're not in the right path. But if I go to Kroger, they do sell the multi-packs at Kroger, and I'll usually grab a couple of multi-packs, throw those bad boys in the fridge. Probably French. We'll see. Valeska speaks French. That's why I asked her. You're about to get an entire lesson. Hold on. Yeah, the Mr. Beast chocolate, good. I want to try the caramel stuff, just because caramel is kind of a Snickers Milky Way sort of direction. But their peanut butter cups, super good. I like them. They're better, but not like a significant jump better than Reese's. The hell is the airspace in this country? Holy crap. Don't care. We're flying down the radar. But yeah, their peanut butter cups in the fridge are significantly better than the Reese's cups in the fridge. And I don't want to say like, cool, you can taste the chemicals in the chocolate, but it's almost like you can taste chemicals in Reese's. Versus Mr. Beast Feastables are very minimally ingredient made. There's only like 3 or 4 ingredients or something, and they do pretty good. Is it the best for you? No. Obviously, there's an unhealthy aspect to any sort of food. Even if it's purely a health thing, like there's going to be downsides to everything and upsides to everything. And manufactured food is definitely going to have a much larger downside than a non-manufactured food. But as far as a sweet treat to have, it's not bad. It fits me my little chocolate and peanut butter fix, and if it's something where I don't have time to get lunch for another 2 hours or so, I can eat a pack of those, and the protein and stuff from the peanut butter and the sugar feeding your whatever receptors, endocrine, whatever it is. It's good. It's good. I like it. I can hold my hunger over for an hour just by eating a pack or so of those. And there's a hill up here. Completely random hill. Makes me assume it's a volcano of some sort. Oh, speaking of volcanoes, it is indeed French, basically translate to cooked food. That's not good. They could have come up with a better name for it, or is it just France messing with us? Like, we're going to give them this food, and they're going to call it cooked flesh. Pass a cigarette. But yeah, speaking of volcano. There's a cool video on YouTube that just got posted like 2 days ago where the lava eruption on Kilauea actually took out one of the live stream cameras because it started spraying so far. Yeah, most cheap chocolate's not chocolate. But yeah, the Feastable stuff pretty good. They do fair sourcing of their cocoa beans. They vet and they check in on their farms to make sure there's like no child labor used for the harvesting of it. They make sure that people are paid fair wage. Like they do a lot of stuff that you wouldn't expect somebody to do starting out in a brand like that. Sounds like cannibalism, it does. Ooh, what sort of meat it is? Oh, this is Billy. So it looks like that's supposed to be a lake there, but it's probably seasonal, which is why it's showing as just a field. Or it just didn't meet the maps or something. Something didn't translate right to it. Oh, that's definitely war area there. That's those craters. Yeah, craters like that, especially if I don't think we're going to be in the Ukraine area. Some of those are trees, obviously some are bushes, but some of them back there, they looked a lot like craters. But if you look at some areas of Ukraine over near like Bakhmut and places like that, they don't update the Google satellite view just because they don't want to give away position lines or anything like that. But when you start getting out of the towns, they do update the photos and the satellite imagery, and you can see a lot of craters in these fields where it's like part of the field will look like a pristine field because it's at the old satellite pictures, but the newer imagery from it, it's just holes everywhere from mortars and bombs, and it's wild. From preserved and cured meats. That kind of makes sense, because what's the big slice of whatever, you put like a whole ham leg or something on a stick in the kitchen and you just like slowly carve off of it, or it's probably beef leg or something. Prosciutto? Is that it? It'd be cool to have one of those one day where it's just like a piece of meat in the kitchen that you just kind of like carve off, slice whenever you want it. Like, that sounds cool. That's when I know I've made it. 11,000 kilogram maximum takeoff weight, 24,651 pounds. 24,251 pounds max takeoff. Shoo! Yeah, and for it to be like something that you put on a board with cheeses and crackers and these pieces of meat that have probably been preserved or smoked or whatever. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Because I feel like you're not putting steak on a charcuterie board. Charcuterie board. 1,028 pounds fuel left tank. We're getting up to this spot. We will be taking on fuel once we get up here, even though we're about half tank right now. We are going to top off while everybody goes and enjoys a restroom break. I need somebody to draw me a cartoon of a PG cartoon picture of a helicopter taking a pee, so I can put up like a "we'll be right back." The helicopter had to use the restroom, sort of slide or something like that. I've only had lamb a few times, and it's always with Greek food. I don't think I've ever had lamb in a non-Greek setting. Speaking of lamb, though, I found a Instagram page the other day called Zach Makes, ZAC_makes, MAKES, I believe. Anyway, he's been doing a perpetual stew, where he started making the stew. He's on like day 228 right now. And every day he eats a bowl of it, and then he re-adds whatever new ingredients. And the one where he just had the last bit of meat from it was lamb, so in today's video, I assume he's adding some sort of meat back into it. Lem Doner Kebab was in Detroit, in Greektown. We were filming season 1 of Black Mafia Family, and one of the spots was at a nice little nice little Greek restaurant there. And we were taking forever. The owner was upset because we're like, cool, we're going to be there to film at like midnight, and it was like 2 or 3 o'clock when we started filming, and I watched the producer hand both of them $1,000 in cash. He's like, y'all are going to stay until we finish. They're like, okay, yes sir. But then of course we had a whole bunch of leftover stuff, because we ordered like 20 lamb things, 20 flaming cheese plate things, 20 this, 20 that, 20 that. We had a whole bunch of this shit left over. And that lamb was good. I do not want to go to Detroit, but I would go back to that restaurant. So like, it would be neat to go to Detroit again for like one of the big muscle car events or whatever. I forget the name of it. It's completely blanking my mind right now. It would be neat to go there for that. Meat, cheese, fruit, veg, pretty balanced meal. That's your excuse and you're sticking to it. Yeah, whatever the big muscle car event is up in Detroit, I'm sure there's a handful of them actually. But I've always wanted to take my dad up there for one, since he's a car guy, and of course an older muscle car guy. It'd be neat to take him up there for that event, go up there, and eating at that restaurant would be on my to-do list. Can one of my homies in the chat look to see if this is indeed a volcano kind of here in the middle of Myanmar? That big hill on the map right here, it's in front of us, about right here, middle of the country-ish. I'm curious. And I assume it is just because of the fact that it's got a shape. People are farming it, so this thing's been dead for a while. Looks like it blew the entire side of the mountain off. It almost St. Helens itself. Flaming cheese is Saganaki. Favorite. Look, cheese is just cheese, okay? Cheese is good. I think you have to do the @ symbol and type their thing in, I would assume. Mount Papa. Yeah, that thing's look like it's long defunct. It's very smoothed off up top. Fertile land around that, that's for sure. A lot of greenery. If you look on the south side of the slope. I should really have some altitude, because we have not done a checkpoint yet. I do not want to lose 2 hours of flight. Stop swapping hands with my controls. It's making us get all silly and wiggly. Sorry about that back there, guys. We're just going to add some altitude real quick so we don't end up stuffing ourselves into the ground. "23 miles to destination 1. Don't even know the name of this place that we're going. Airport. Elevation 321. Runways. 114. Let's see. Oh, Barrow doesn't work, that's fine. Oh well. Okay, back to it, 20 miles. 20 miles, 120 plus knots. We're 10 minutes away from stop 1. Then I'll use the restroom. We'll come back real quick. We'll look at what our next legs look like distance-wise, our next little jump, and the big jump. We'll make some decisions. But I'm still feeling good. It's 8 o'clock, so I expect at least another half leg, if not a full rip all the way up to Guwahati. Let's pop out a couple of zooms. Yep, getting close. I may show back up at the pretzel rod. We'll see. $15 scooting on in. And also we'll see, I may swap helicopters just to get out of this one because it does have some weird quirks as far as its handling and trim and stuff goes. But if anything, we'll probably hop into the 160 or the 145 or something else that has substantial speed benefits to it. I'm definitely not hopping in the R66 or anything like that. Or the Chinook. We may keep a giant helicopter today. Who knows? And the Huey's quick, but it's not fast. Is the music playing or did the music die? I can't hear it. We'll also check that once we get up here. I think the music died off. It's not used to be playing this long. Starting to get fixes on the left for people making approaches into the airport. 10 miles away, whatever airport you are. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Fuckwagon. We are 10 miles to the southeast, inbound without information, but it doesn't matter because we're going to land anyways, and steal your women and steal your fuel. Died. Friend of the Brazilian steakhouse is flying to treat you all you need varieties of meat. They carve off until you say stuff. Oh, like, what's the name of that place? Fogo de Chao. We'll add an extra minute to our course to fly the ridge over here. Just because it's more fun. Oh, the music died. I was like, died? What are we talking about? Music. The thing I just asked about. See, tell me those don't look like freaking craters. And they are craters from what? Is this the war area of Myanmar, or are those just like tree shadow bushes or something? Kind of looks like both. Whatever traffic, we are 6 miles to the south, inbound, still no information, still don't care. Prepare Uranus. Fogo de Chao. F-O-U-G-A, Georgia. Day, D-A-Y. Chow, C-H-E-O-U-A-E-W. Done. Easy. Next. I will accept 0 rebuttal. Okay, let's zoom in the map some. Let's see what the airport looks like. Not that I care anything. Straightforward, north-south runway. Fuel stations will be over to the west side of the airport. Okay. See it there. Runway's in sight. Start slowly bleeding off the power. Back on the stick. We're going to watch our airspeed bleed off. About a 20-degree turn to the north. And slide on in here to final. Once we get down below about 60 knots or so, we'll start dropping our gear. Now we're on the airplane glide slope, which is fine. Gear's working its way down. Wait for 3 green. Three green, good to go. Brakes off. Nose wheel is unlocked. Yeah, that's exactly how I spelled it. You can rewind the video and you can see that that's exactly how I spelled it. Ma'am, I'm busy attempting to land a 20,000-pound aircraft. Spelling is not at the top of my priority list. Steer our way over here to the fuel station. I think this is my brake. Nope. It is, okay. Just need to press the button hard enough. see what our next direct to is. The previous one that we did. Let me go to the big screen. This previous one we did was 340 nautical miles is what we just did, guys. To our next location. $205. Alright, we just kind of go direct up 340. So we are precisely at the halfway point right now. So I'm thinking at a minimum, I go to the restroom, we all hop out, and we start heading up here to our next location, which is VELP. Looks like they have a nice little airport there. And we'll see how we're feeling, and then we might push on up to there. And just remember, once we hit over here in Nepal and everything, we're going to completely skip India, because I do not want to touch ground in that godforsaken country. So yeah, I will be right back. You guys discuss amongst yourself if we are going to be swapping aircraft to the 160 or a Chinook or something else that's also fast, or just stick with this one, and then we'll do the other ones. We still have another like 40 episodes of this thing left, so we'll get to other helicopters as well. So I'll be right back. it's not. Update required. Oh. Okay, let's see if this works. Hey, we're still here. Can we hear me? Let me turn my volume up. Yeah, that seems like it's... Okay, cool. So, let me get in here and shut down the helicopter while we're here. Can't just leave it running on the ramp, right? Let's do shutdown procedures. Post-flight engine shutdown. Parking brake on. Nose wheel lock on. 8 p.m. FMS off, 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 off. Off, 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 off. Off, 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 off. Fuel pumps on. Main switches to stop. Rotor brake arm. Less than whatever percentage. Do that. Rotor brake. Oh, wait. Okay, I guess it just stops itself. Fuck me. Rotor brake on. Lights off. Hydraulic pump off. Hydraulic pump off. Lights off. And main battery switch off. Okay, cool. Shift C. We're out of the helicopter. I will do better. Got the bugs on this thing. I got a mustache hair. Tickling my nose. Wild. Okay, so that's it for first leg. We're here somewhere. And, in flight. Set as departure. And here, just as just to see. Marketplace 429. Nope. .407 sound pack. So yeah, unless it's a third-party website. But I don't want to go through any of that right now. So back. Still kind of shows the shadow of the helicopter there. Set its departure. Okay, what we have. We just did the 225. 160, also fast. The 145, pretty quick. 125, kind of quick. We did 407 last time, not doing it again. 206L, kind of fast. 222 Bravo, missile, absolute piss missile. 125 again, but Cow and Sim, not the factor one. Decently quick. 130, decently quick. 76C++, piss missile, let's go. Slow. Fly inside ones don't work for some reason because I have to change some settings. This one still has some bugs to work out. It was a freeware. I didn't download, it just appeared like a U2 album in your new phone. Kind of quick, but not really. Not fast. Not fast. You are not a helicopter. Get out of here. Black Hawk, absolute piss missile, but with muscles. So, Black Hawk, fast. S-76, fast. 130, kind of. 125, kind of. 222, fast. 160, fast. 145, mostly. What are we thinking? Can we do a poll? Is that a thing? I wonder if I'm on my other account if I can do a poll. $125? I'll start the process. Unless y'all can think of anything different. There's going to be a fuel stop regardless, so capacity doesn't matter. Hey, where's the Ellie mast? Here it is. I love this livery. Dave's calling me. $125, cool. No, we're pretending that each viewer number is a multiplied by 100 It's just that people don't want to know that I'm that popular of a helicopter streamer. So we can just about make it final destination. Up there, but not quite. So we need to swing by here. There we go. IFR up here. Fun. Look forward to that. Nope, too late. We're going for the 125. Very simple helicopter to fly. Got my throttle turned down. No pre-flight on this one because it's not the one from Microsoft Flight Sim. What a good looking livery. And these people do some really, really cool external load stuff. So, hop in, get rid of that. Make myself slightly taller. Throttle works on this one. Engine starts up there. Battery on. Actually, get rid of the horn. I don't want to hear that. Fuel pump on. Engine start. There it goes. Oh no, what? What? Don't just come out with an oh no, y'all, and not say anything. Let's see. Oh no. Alright, people, let's go. Sorry. See you on the other side. Let's see. Fuel should be all the way up. Oh. Direct 2. And we're going to move you. I am watered. We are in an H125. Let's see. Anything else I need to tickle on here? Nah, I think we're good. Gonna pick on up and depart runway 36. Shut up. You're good. I want the speed. En route. We're going to be living on that limit indicator, I'll tell you that. Actually, there's something I wanted to do first. RPM's not that high, chill out. RPM's not that high, chill out, you're good. Want to get the music going. Okay, escape. Where's my button? There's that. Make sure the song doesn't start over again immediately. Nope, goes to a new one. Sick. That's what we want. Resume. This thing is slow. Y'all picked a slow helicopter. I mean, it's not slow, but it's not a 160 knot cruiser. I'll see if we can squeeze 140 out of it continuously, though. Well, the music's not supposed to be, like, there. It's just supposed to, like, fill the background whenever I'm not talking. Because I'm not pausing it in between my talking or anything. It's just supposed to be another layer, if you will. See, if I'm quiet right now, it's like, okay, cool. It's not just a whoa of background noise from the helicopter. It's just a little something extra. Because, believe it or not, people that are usually watching a fly a helicopter around the world stream are kind of into the helicopter part, or the aviation part, so they want to hear the sounds and see that sort of content. So the music's not really there for any reason other than to fill like the little bit of in-between times. I mean, like, I'm cruising 147 now. Ground speed, 150. So, like, we're doing good. But I'm at the... You see our little limit light on there. I'm pushing it Our torque gauge, I'm up at like 90, 80% torque, 90% FLI. So, we stretch in this boy, but stretch is what we do. Get in where you fit in, you know? And this is also way different feeling than the 225. Like, it's very... I touched it a little bit and it wants to be very wobbly on me, so gotta be very different with my inputs here. But I'm happy sustaining 140. It's not that bad. That puts us 50 hour and 20 minutes to next destination. Which means 10 o'clock Eastern time. If we can keep this up. And also, I wonder what our winds are. And there's been some times where Tom's been on here and he's been looking at winds aloft charts for us and figuring out what altitudes are good. There's one time where we got up to like 10 or 11,000 feet or something like that, and we had like a 60 knot tailwind going down the coast of Australia. Wasn't complaining, just providing a report. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Where's the river? Oh, there it is. It's a brown river. We're close to India. This here, though, is one of the helicopters, if I had the money, I would be buying. The B3E, their latest and greatest version of this. Super reliable. Honestly, I like the way they look. I think they're super handsome for what they are. Even though it was a design from like the 60s, manufactured in the 70s first. So it's an older design, but it still holds up to me, especially with newer paint jobs and stuff like that. Super powerful engine setups on the new ones, like 1,000 horsepower. Absolute monsters. A big enough back seat to where you can put 3 people if you want to. And on top of that, 4 people. And on top of that, it's a big open cabin area. So you can take out the co-pilot seat and the back seat and you can stack stuff in the entire inside. And it's got a huge payload capacity as well. So the A-Star AS350 or the Eurocopter EC125 or the Airbus H125 all give or take the same thing, just a kind of the matter of when they were produced, by who they were produced. Super capable platform. And as you can see here, we're cruising at 151 knots. They quick. They're powerful, they're reliable, tried and true, good handling characteristics. Like, you can get the non-new version, the non-B3E, or whatever, BE3. Whatever, like, the older versions are with the slightly less powerful engines, which, honestly, is fine where I'm at. I don't see myself ever wanting to put full payload capacity on it, but the higher horsepower ones are really nice if you're doing anything at altitude where you're doing like mountain stuff or moving stuff or whatever. But either way, it's like you can get them starting in the low mils. One that's fresh, clean, got all the good stuff can be up to like 4 million. Like the newer one, new engine, full electronic suite, everything like that. So anywhere from like 1 to 3.5, 4. They're not cheap. Not cheap at all. Said it's on the eventuality list, because I believe if you play the game right, you can get whatever you want. You just have to build your hand the right way. And kind of like mentioned way earlier, I would like to buy a R22 and or an R44 for myself, start leasing it out to schools and use it for training and for training other people, which means I can make it an income thing, and then if I can make it an income of one of them where it's a profitable income, then I can get another one and have 2 profitable incomes, and so on and so on. And then just like, unless you're just a rich guy who buys a helicopter because you want a helicopter, but if you're using it something as a business, you're usually not buying an asset that's going to lose you money. You're going to buy something like this, and it's going to be used and worked as something that will make you money. Now, this isn't going to be exactly a go on a tour around Atlanta helicopter, because there's a lot of R44s, the cheaper piston helicopters, which if I was looking to get into one of those, I'd be looking to spend around the $350,000 to $400,000 range to have a super solid one with plenty of hours left on the overhaul, and equipped for instrument training and such. But those are kind of what dominate the tour space around Atlanta here. You take off, the altitude and the overall elevation is low. You're not moving huge people unless you're giving fat people a ride. But even then, there's weight limits. It's not like, okay, cool, we're missing out on so much money because we can't take Hippopotamondamus, who weighs 400 pounds. Like, cool, sorry, if you're more than 250, like, you're not getting in one of the seats of the R44. It's just the rules. So it's like you're not gaining the amount of work extra. But honestly, to keep one of these in the air, you're spending around $1,000 an hour minimum, if not $2,000 an hour. I know like a Bell 206, they're around $1,200 an hour. So you can imagine like a basic turbine helicopter is anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 an hour as far as how much it costs to operate per hour. And most people who are doing a tour around Atlanta aren't going to get a huge benefit of riding in something like this versus riding in something like an R44. And with an R44, they're spending, my rental rate of an R44, if I were to go train in one, is $600 and something an hour. So for a school to do a 30-minute tour of Atlanta where they charge 3 people $300 each, they're getting $900 for a half hour's worth of flight. Not a bad deal. Like, those work decent, but not many of them. Like, that's still half of what it costs to run this. And your average helicopter tour enjoyer, at least around Atlanta, isn't going to get any more benefit out of a A-Star versus a piston-powered 44. With that said, though, you go to the Grand Canyon, you go to Las Vegas, where people are going there to throw money around anyways, New York, Hawaii. They're typically using turbine helicopters because of conditions. You know, if you want to put this many people in something, or be viable to take people out somewhere and be safe to take somebody out somewhere, like the Grand Canyon, where you have to get out of the canyon, which is deep, and believe it or not, it's kind of a high altitude. And if it's a warm day, which it gets warm out there in the desert, the density altitude is really shitty. So, I mean, you may be flying at 4,500 feet above sea level or more. I think it's 7,000 feet of the rim. I mean, you could have a density altitude of 10,000 feet, and then you have such a lack of performance in the helicopter in that sort of scenario. 1.5. I guess you were looking, if you're looking at helicopters, controller.com is my go-to helicopter shopping website. But it's the Aeropostale AS350, the Eurocopter EC125, and the Airbus H125, all the same thing. But anyway, so it's like, yeah, there's no benefit to me if I were to be making something for use here in Atlanta. Most of your work will be coming from tours and passenger transport. So you would have to get your type certificate for your business to be tour or whatever here in Atlanta. And then at that, the R44 is going to be your best bet. Plain and simple. That's what it is. You're not going to get the business. People are going to say, why would I pay an extra, like, double or triple the money to go fly in this thing versus the other thing? I just want to go around Atlanta once. And honestly, it's true. It's not worth spending that much money to go around Atlanta once. There's not a lot to see. But if you're using it for other purposes here in Atlanta, such as air conditioning work, where you're putting AC units and stuff in the middle of buildings, I saw them bring in a sky crane, which if you look on my Instagram or on this this YouTube page, I have the S64 startup and takeoff, which is where they were installing air conditioning units on top of this building. And I forget what the external load limit is on the A-Star H125 here, but it's pretty good. It's really good for what it is. 2,500 pounds, maybe, when you have an empty helicopter, like just the pilot in there. So if you use this for something like that, doing external load work, you can make your money to pay for however many hours it takes to fly. There are some parts that are life limited over time, not use. Just like the Robinson helicopters, their full overhaul is due at 12 years or 2,200 hours. So if you fly it for 100 hours in 12 years, 10 hours a year, like those 10 hours are very expensive for you. I mean, you're paying thousands of dollars an hour to fly that helicopter because you're not using all the available time. On stuff that's life limited on time, that's kind of the downside. You'd have to fly it more to get your use out of it. On something like this, not many parts are time limited or year range limited. They're use limited parts. So it's very predictable. Different ways to look at it. You know, an average job, you're looking, like I said, you're looking at like $2,000 an hour to $2,500 an hour just for use of this helicopter for that amount of time. Then you're paying the pilot, paying insurance, paying all that other equipment, ground crew, shit like that, if you're doing external load operations. So it's like a $5,000 to $10,000 an hour thing, but that's what it costs to do big shit, you know? That place probably paid that sky crane near $100,000 to come out there and lift stuff up, put it on their roof. But it's a lot cheaper than trying to do it the other way. And then when it's the only way you can do it, you have to budget for that's the only way you can do it. It's just a matter then of how heavy are those air conditioning units and other things people may need to be moving around. Is that something that this can viably pick up and move? Or is it something like, okay, cool, it's only going to be smaller units, and most smaller units are reachable by a crane, and most places are just going to rent a crane for $5,000 for one day, then try to do a helicopter for $7,000 because you have to pay for the ground crew and the extra stuff and whatever. So it's a lot of judgment on what you can use it for, what the market for. Here in Atlanta, yeah, I just think about it a lot. Here in Georgia, probably not that useful. There are some helicopters around here that do external load things, but usually they're out doing external loads somewhere else. Whether it's like power line, tree cutting, or whatever, they kind of contract around everywhere. They're not just Georgia-based. I think HLH Aviation's up in Canton-ish area, Cherokee County Airport, I think. And they have like MD series helicopters. And they do a lot of power line related stuff. So yeah, there's just different levels of what you can use it for, how it's going to make you money. Sure, it would be nice to have something like this to make you money and not have to make it like a workhorse, but you kind of need to use it as a workhorse to make the money. Really, the only passenger operations with an A-Star that would be profitable would be in the islands somewhere, Hawaii, or somewhere like cold and snowy, because this is the helicopter that did summit Mount Everest, landed and took off from the summit, which is big. But with that said, or I don't know where I was going with that, but anyway, like a lot of heli skiing is done with the A-Star just because it's a very capable mountain performing platform. Has very, very good high altitude characteristics. Again, not something that you really need in Georgia. The times that it is nice to have if you're using it as like a private ship would be if you're a business owner and you want to use it for, like there was one at the airport a few months back when I was doing my training, and it was owned by a construction company out of Jacksonville, Florida. It was probably something where they wanted to fly up and check out a build site or something. So they just flew it up because they could just go and land there at the build site and go home. They didn't have to take a airplane up here, find a rental car, do all that, blah, blah, blah. Fly the helicopter up there. Do it. 2. Oh no, you're counting. I'm terrified. So yeah, Georgia, it just doesn't make sense unless you have a company and you're moving people around privately. There's a few police department ships around here. DeKalb County has 2. I'm trying to think of whatever Georgia-based A-Stars there is. There's one that I've seen a good bit come out of Falcon Field in Peachtree City. But I've also seen it fly around a whole bunch of other places. Oh, burp score. Did I burp? Yeah, so there's one that I've seen out of Peachtree City a handful of times. There's a few police departments around that have them. I'm sure there's 1 or 2 private ones around. The ones that I do know the most about, though, is Cine Moves has 1 or 2 that they use for camera ships for film work. If you look at news channels, mostly around here, they're using a Bell 206 Jet Ranger like a B3. And that's just because they're kind of the cheapest entry-level turbine helicopter to get into. A-Star is more expensive. There's a few news A-Stars in different places, but not here. But Cine Moves, they use them for camera ships because you can do stuff like a low G pushover and do all these cool trucks and things with them, because they're very, very capable helicopters, so they'd much rather use this than something not able to keep up with what a film production wants. Because if you miss out on that, you're missing out on tens of thousands of dollars of revenue for your company, just because you can't push over the hill like a Robinson or a Bell wouldn't be able to do. But about for rescue stuff, not a lot of need for it in Georgia. Georgia State Patrol has a fleet of 13 or 14 helicopters, I believe. They are capable of doing rescue operations with them. They are typically the ones, if there is some sort of rescue operation, the one doing it, because all the medical helicopters around here don't do any sort of external hoisting. I don't even think Department of Natural Resources or any of them have hoisting capabilities. I think it's only Georgia State Patrol here, unless there's a private ship that's doing it somewhere. But these are solid for that. They have plenty of power. Downside is there's not a lot of room in here. I mean, it's spacious enough to get things done, but if you're moving any sort of distance to go do something, it makes it tight. The plus side is most stuff here in Georgia is pretty close to roads, pretty close to other stuff. Same with Tennessee and North Carolina, where even if you do pick somebody up, the ground crew that would be doing the rescuing or meeting with a medevac helicopter or whatever else, they're only a couple of minute flight away to a parking lot. It's not like it's Alaska, where you're doing a 30 or 45 minute flight to get out to go somewhere to rescue somebody. Everything's line of sight here. Like, between here and this ridge for Georgia, Tennessee, North Carolina, there'd be a town from us here to over there. There would be somebody there. So even if we were doing a rescue here, we could get them there. So it is capable for that. But at that point, too, you need to chase the certifications and stuff for yourself to be a state-approved helicopter for that. And then you'd need to have a crew more or less on call the entire time. And if that was the only thing you did, you're probably not going to get a lot of work, which means you're not going to get paid by the state for that. So it's not going to be as useful here as it would be somewhere, deeper. There might be a chance of some medical helicopters in deeper Appalachia, Virginia, West Virginia, way up there that may do hoisting. I just don't know of any. I know out west they'll do it. Colorado, Utah. Sorry for the wiggliness. I'm fixing the headset. There's a lot of places that will do that just because it's common for snowy areas, mountains, skiing incidents, stuff like that. Just out here, it's just not necessary. There's always a road. Everything's always walkable. Oh my God, somebody fell down a ravine. Cool, walk into the ravine and get them out. It's just not a thing down here. Most special helicopter that I know that's based in Georgia, there's an S-76 that flies out of Lawrenceville a good bit. S-76C Plus, I believe. That one's pretty cool. If we're looking at just crazy helicopter stuff, I mean, Helicopter Express it was at PDK, but now Tate, Georgia, up near Jasper. They're probably the coolest helicopter company. Just because they basically have the controlling interest of every single S-64 Sky Crane in the world. I think they have 20 of them, something like that. They bought out the entire Ericsson fleet. Company I would still like to work for, not just because they're local based, but because they have a pretty cool program. So the Sky Cranes, by far, that's the coolest ones, because they bought out Stiller and they bought out Ericsson. They've got a handful of cool stuff, obviously Hueys and stuff like that. I don't think they're into the hot game yet, although I don't see it being long until they are. Privately owned, though, or not, Sky Crane. Like I said, the S-76 that flies out of Lawrenceville is pretty cool. There's also November 3 EZ, I think. which is a pretty cool looking H-130. That's out of a construction company up in that area. November 3EZ. Is that it? Nope. 3. Nope. Oh no, you'll see it every once in a while. It's honestly, I can look on my Google Maps and go to the construction website, or the website for the company where the helipad is for this thing. Oh no, Dino's come to visit me. Hey Dino. What's going on, bud? Where you at? Come here, I'm trying to pet you. There's a really, really cool 130, which I like. Oh no, that's not good. Move my headset up to look at a cool little puppy. Yeah, reset everything. Which it looks neat. Yeah, the S76, I'd like to see it in person. And what of... Oop, trying to read instead of fly. And what would have loading work like tree farms? Tree farms are very time sensitive, like Christmas tree loading stuff. Like only happens around Christmas. Dino breaking things? No. He did break my phone though, but it's not his fault. Yeah, tree farms very seasonal. Logging and stuff, not anything that you'll see here in Georgia. They do logging here in Georgia, obviously, but also Dino opened my door, so I'm going to have to go close my door. Come down here next to these water beefalo. What? I did not hit shit. Don't fucking tell me that's a crash. Y'all can rewind and watch that. If you think that's a legitimate crash, then we'll reset. We're not too far into it. But there was nothing visible here. There was a tree over to the left. I was nowhere near that. Let's see if I can recreate. Gonna be a random floater or something. Cool, I'm gonna go close my door real quick. Dang right, never mind. Don't tell me my Oculus needs an update. What did I just do earlier? Please remove my headset. Yeah, see, you don't need an update. We'll do the update later. No, wait, I'm going to click the snooze for 4-hour thing. Back here. Oh yeah, I'm going to look up this construction company real quick. We go to Duluth. I believe it's Duluth. Where is this place at? I know generally where this company is. They have a helipad. And if you look at their Google, whatever. Like their Google pictures or something. Like one of their first photos is a picture of their helicopter at like an event or something like that. I don't see it right now. I'll look later. This isn't exciting stuff. Okay, set back on. Back in VR world. It's in Duluth, Norcross area. It's on one of the roads that kind of parallels or goes like the same direction as I-85 North, but it's not on or near I-85. It's like on what, 23 or whatever that kind of goes through the town. I want to say it's near a railroad track that cuts through there. So let me put one last college try into looking, because guess what? This is important. Oh, let me switch my accounts. See if I have it marked. It is called Reeves Young. And then their tail number for the helicopter is November 30 easy. I was one number short. Switch back to this. November 30 easy. There you go. So when you get back, you will see that. As for everybody else who's been patiently waiting as I tism away, we're going to get our thing straightened up with us. Make sure our view is good. Hand on the collective. Feeling good. Looking okay. Gonna need our tablet open. Pull some power in. Hope I don't run into a pterodactyl. So we're just gonna go straight up because I don't know what's around me. And when I say what's around me, I mean random floaters that will just kill you for no reason. And back we go. Got our altitude, we'll start leaning forward into this. A little bit of right pedal to compensate for the torquing. Definitely not texting and driving. Okay, still at 135 knots, still have a decent heading, just a little wobbly for a bit, but that's because I was totally not looking at my cell phone. But we are operating outside of U.S. airspace. We're currently over Myanmar, so I don't know their rules. I'm assuming they don't know what a cell phone is, and I will continue flying as such. I've been told our caramel-eating passenger is having a good time, so we'll make sure to be doing a lot of this stuff here. Yeah, vertical. What's that mean for anybody? All the way off the collective. Where you at? What's going on? I can't read your name. Where are we? Taco Life Yoda, what's going on? We are currently somewhere over Myanmar. Diddling around. So we took off from the far western border of Thailand earlier. Did the first leg of 350-ish nautical miles in the Airbus H225 Super Puma. And now we are doing the second half of today in the H125 from Cowan Sim, so not the factory modeled one. And we're taking that up to wherever this is and up to Guwahati? Guwahati or something? I don't know, it's in the description. But that's where we are today, so far. Also, where are you? Oh, cool. OL881. Is that oil platform? Is that Q? OL881. Oh, that's that flight. Samoa Airways? I'm just Googling OL881. But I also know they have all the oil platforms and stuff labeled as OLs and whatever here. But yeah, we'll probably pop some oil platforms. We did one. Where did we do one at? We've flown over a few. I've touched down at a few throughout the course of the series. I can't remember where. I want to say it was Australia-esque. Maybe just south of Papua New Guinea, going into Australia. We may have touched one. I'll definitely be using one in the North Sea. We'll most likely do one over the Persian Gulf as well. That's a shorter water crossing, but plenty of oil rigs out there. But for sure, we will be using one as a stop when we cross the North Sea, once we make our way up to the UK, Ireland, Scotland, and start making our way up to Iceland and Greenland. And that will be necessary. You have returned. It was Reeves Junk Construction Company, and the tail number was November 30 Echo Zulu. So out of the 130s that are based here in Georgia, most are medical. That is a private ship or company-owned ship for that construction company. And it's got a very cool livery on it. So that's why it sticks out of my head. I still think the S-76 is probably the coolest just like heavy lift helicopter here. But not your Uncle Dan. Cool. It's got a gold star. Like a gold star in the game where it has a downloadable extra scenery pack for it. Where I can add marketplace content or whatever to it. Also, where is 881? Is it somewhere where we're heading, or is it out of the way? Because we can always drop by if it's on the way, but if it's not on the way, I don't want to do too many more big detours. We took an entire, 2.5 weeks going through Australia, even though it wasn't in our way, so... we'd always stop there after we do the actual around the worlding bit of the stream today. Show it to me on map. Shit, I can't steer. I can't steer. What's going on? I can't steer. What's going on? My shit's disconnected. What's... on? What the hell is that? I'm not gonna look up anything and fly anymore. For some reason, all my controls stopped working for a second. That was no bueno, and we have been in the air for a bit, so that would have been a hard reset. Holy crap. Cape Town, yeah, that's way out of the way. Yeah, so if it's Cape Town, then we'll hop in there after after the around the world part of today's over. We'll do a little shenanigan session if you're still here. Yeah, I don't know what so it had completely killed all my controls, and it was kind of doing this thing here. And I don't know what made the controls kick back on. I started slapping buttons, but it did the full up, and then it kind of upside downed me, and I recovered out of it. I don't know what it was. It was weird. But I had no controls. Like, I was even trying to press pause, the escape key on my keyboard, and it wasn't doing anything. So I feel like maybe a notification had popped up on my screen and taken it where, like, my computer hadn't. Because right now, if my computer's open to Microsoft Flight Sim, then I'm controlling stuff in Microsoft Flight Sim. But I feel like maybe a notification or, like, your Windows update needs to happen, like, turned on or something like that. And then I wasn't able to control anything because I feel like it had to have been another window that opened. But then somehow it gave me control back. Now we drive home in silence, yeah. Just roll the windows down. We're just going to be quiet, turn the radio off. Yeah, I don't have a gamepad, that's the thing. I have a cyclic, I have collective, I have all that stuff. Plus, I kind of have a rule where I'm trying to do this as realistic as possible and as realistic as fun. Where I'm not going to be making radio calls all the time because that kind of gets monotonous, and I'm not flying my helicopter in real life, so I don't need to make calls in the game. I do that enough when I'm flying, renting and paying hundreds of dollars to go fly. It's like this, we're taking off, we're picking up from where we land, we're keeping fuel as realistic as possible. We're trying to only land at airports with the correct type of fuel if we're flying a turbine helicopter, piston helicopter, whatever. But no slew mode, no fast forward or time modification. If I stuff it, I stuff it, and we restart at the most recent checkpoint, which this one would have been back more towards the center of Myanmar, whatever. So that's something that, if it happens, it happens. Whatever, it's just an hour of flight, no big deal. Get to do it again. Yeah, I wish I knew what it was, so I could prevent it from happening again. That would be nice. I really thought we had clipped one of those trees going across the top of the mountain there. If we were like 2 feet lower altitude, we would have been done for there. But something happened where those trees had no collision, and it allowed whatever happened to where when it turned back on, apparently I had my cyclic back enough to where it was going to throw us some altitude, and I just correct out of that. Weird. $104 miles, 104 knots currently, so that's a 1-hour flight. We will lean into it some more, run the limits, take her up to 140, make this a 40-minute leg. Pretty stout mountains out here in the northwest part of this country. The southeast part was a bit less wild, but then again, we are getting further north. We're getting near feeder mountains that are feeding on the outskirts of the Himalayas. Kind of. I don't know how related these are, but yep, Himalayas aren't terribly far away. There is a road or something cut up there, so that's cool. Yep, I'm running a, just so you know, Taco Life Yoda. This is a Apache Simulators R44 control setup, so I've got pedals, I have a cyclic that's just like the one in the Robinson R44, and a collective like the one in the R44. Because I got this whole setup to learn how to fly, so when I went to go do it in real life, it was a lot easier. And I can confirm simulator work before doing it in real life did help me significantly getting my real license. And then I'm running VR with it too, obviously. Although some people have asked if it's the eye tracker thing, but no, it's a VR setup. It helps significantly with depth perception and setting up approaches and different things. Being able to look out of stuff, like when we were upside down earlier with that weird control disconnect. If I wasn't able to do this and look up and see the ground out of the top window, we would have been in worse condition because it was hard to tell which direction the ground was moving relative to everything else. Little houses up here on the ridge, man, they got it good up here. Look at you guys. Very cool. Still pulling 140 plus knots. Love it. I'm basically full forward cyclic right now. Just demanding everything out of this helicopter. Flying with the collective now. Is a straight line faster? Yeah, sure, but is cutting saddles and mountains cooler? Damn right. Because reveals like this are always fun. Do you have a ground speed indicator here? Yeah, 155. Oh, we got a 20 knot tailwind right here. Sign me up. Another little town in the mountains there. A village, really. I think town would be the wrong word for this. Yeah, even shows up as a little something there. Also, I am curious what weather's showing here. More info. 1017. There it is. Dang it. Of course it's in freaking millibars and shit. Could somebody tell me what 1017 millibars 2 inches of mercury conversion is? (1017 MBA) 2 inches of mercury. Damn right I'm still at it. Welcome back, Sean. How was your karate class? Also, like 5 minutes ago, you missed a wild save. All my controls disconnected and stopped working for a second and almost ate shit. A bit of a city right here. A lot of buildings. .3. My vision is still recovering from fighting for my life, running on pure adrenaline. Also, the answer is 3003 for anybody that was looking at it. Dang, some apartment buildings or something right there? Is that what that is? Definitely not, but that's what they have it saved as. Funny. Buildings up here over a mile in altitude or elevation. Still got a 22 knot, or no, 18 knot tailwind. Yeah, dude, I only laser pointed your cats once, so if your TV's still running, then good for them. Weird, a lot of red. Wonder what that's all about. Oh, it was like dark clouds or something. Maybe even smoke. Strange. That just gave a really, really bad color. Could have even been a wildfire. Oh, you're not home yet. You're just checking on the phone. Well, in that case, come here, laser pointer, laser pointer. For anybody unfamiliar, Sean left us in charge of his cats. So we are on his TV at his house. Funny thing is, I called the police, so they're probably outside the door now, so I can be like, "Yo, Sean, pass the weed," and they're going to hear it, and now they're kicking down your door. They don't know it's just a silly stream. Pretty stout ridgeline going up there. That's cool. Six people in here. Big numbers tonight, guys. What do you know? Hopefully we'll be doing more of this up until New Year's. Do expect a chasing or hunting or patrolling the airspace, looking for Santa Claus again this year. We did last year. People seem to enjoy that one. So we'll be doing another Christmas Eve stream. That's not flying around the world. It's just a fun whatever stream. Ooh, good reveal here. And some clouds. Gonna fly through that shit. Damn right I am. Unfamiliar terrain around? Don't care. Diabolical. Where are we at? 7,800 feet? Technically, instrument flying right there, but I could still see the ground. So we still had the visibility. But with it getting cloudier, that does lend credence to the fact that our final destination, because this will just be our second stop out of 3 total, with the third one being our final stop. Our final stop, last I looked, was still under IFR conditions, which, if you're unfamiliar, is instrument flight rules, which means you can't see because there's clouds and fog and rain and stuff. So we might have a little bit of fun with that. You're back, you don't care, or don't know if you say you left. Yeah, either way, we're still here. We're still flying. Got 30 minutes till we get to our location. I'll do another quick bathroom break. We might stay in the 125 and just run her all the way up to Guwahati, whatever the name of the place is. TV's still good, darn. It's wild how much mountain there is out here. I've been flying over mountains for an hour. And it's not like we're traversing, we're kind of going long way up the chain, I guess. It'd be like flying from New York to Georgia through the Appalachians, but I mean, it's still like we're a good bit going through. It's going to become less mountainous, but still fairly chunky ground as we get up here. Although I'm excited to get back into the Himalayas, just because it's wild, so different than really anything that we've flown in so far. I mean, really the closest thing that we do, or did, would have been our attempt at Denali when we were going up across Alaska. The warnings and placards installed on this helicopter contain operating limitations which must be complied with when operating this rotorcraft. Other operating limitations which must be complied with when operating this rotorcraft are contained in the rotorcraft flight manual. The airworthiness limitation section of the rotorcraft maintenance manual must be complied with. Kind of picky there, aren't they? Still keeping 140. Good for me. Another cloud. I'm going to fly right through it. Into the cloud at a weird angle makes it even that much more fun. Hey, this cloud's thick enough. Lost sight of ground for just a second. Lucky us. Still have a 15-knot tailwind. I'm happy with that. We'll hunt up to 7,000, see if that keeps us with a good tailwind. Hey, out of the clouds reveal, not too bad. Let's let that mountain clean up some on the rendering. Pretty stout little hill here. Oh, yeah, cloud flying's fun. Hopefully when we get closer we can actually get a little bit of instrument in. Of course I won't be following instrument procedures, as they are different in every location. And I'm not sure the Myanmar or whatever country we'll be in will have the same sort of instrument procedures, although I'm sure it's very similar. I'm just not sure if there's established approach procedures like I'm familiar with. And even then, I'm only familiar with what I've researched myself. I do not have any formal instrument training. Although it's on my list for what I'll be doing next, instrument and commercial. Well, I'm looking forward to landing 60 miles, 150 knots, 20 minutes or so, because the P has returned. Some idiot broke the seal and now I have to go again. Cool, I've got the speed I want. And now we'll try to keep that speed and a friendly altitude. So Sean, if you're still in here, you're telling me that you could beat me in a wrestling match. Now we're down here below the clouds. I'm going to throw more up. I'll sacrifice a little speed to play in the little white fluffers up here. Oiled wrestling? Ma'am. Not with Sean. I need him to be grippy. Cloud levels are starting to get a little bit lower out there. It's disconcerting. Cloud levels lower means things are worse near ground level, which is where we're going to have to be anyways in 20 minutes. And they're getting lower here, that means there's a chance they're gradienting lower towards where we're going. It's weird, it's like a smoother hilly section, still mountainous here. Like if you're looking at the map there, it looks much smoother in here, much more jagged on either side. And we'll be landing somewhat in a jagged area. What's this one? A little dirt strip or something? Barely paved strip, little dirt bike track next to it. Very cool. We're gonna go over that city. What is that? Another little high elevation town up here. It's wild because these people are probably relatively bottom percentage of income in the world, but man, they wake up with the best view every single day. Just such a different way of living. Towards this next town, around this other mountain, an equally stunning view. Roads carved up here into this. Myanmar, what a spot. Also, I assume everybody here is subscribed and has pressed the like button. If not, probably not your friend. But if you have, then I most definitely would be your friend. I've already been here for X amount of time. I've been flying now for going on, what, 3.5 hours? That's a commitment. Deserves something. No worries, I knew you'd remember eventually. Now we're resuming course, heading 321. 38 nautical miles, 150 knots, cruising. Cloud levels look to be about 5,100 feet. I think the airport's like 1,500 feet. So, we'll be good. It's really tall over there to the right. Or tall comparatively. Do you remember what our second leg after this was going to be? I forget what this first chunk was. It was like 350 total or something, but I forget what this second half was supposed to be. We'll figure it out here shortly anyways. 30 miles at 150 miles an hour. Easy peasy. I wonder if I should day stream more. Like, this was obviously an earlier start time for me. Because usually I'm starting after I work out at like 8 9 o'clock. And usually, or the way it was happening before, was the later I would work out, or later start working out, or the longer the workout would take, the more I would be distracted, the later these would push. But I'm curious if I should start doing more. Well, I really can't do earlier right now. Later is going to be better for me right now. The big reason for that would be, which once we finish the stream tonight, I'll pull up the globe, because part of this is flying current time. I don't want to fly past, I don't want to fly future, I don't want to fly custom weather. Part of the whole around the world thing was flying current times, current weather, current conditions. So when we started flying, if y'all were here at the very, very beginning, or if you go back to the beginning of the stream, you will notice that we took off before sunrise. And that was taking off at 6 o'clock p.m., 6:30 p.m. my time. So as we move further and further west, we will need to be streaming later and later in the day to be in daylight hours. Now, I'm not against flying at night. The downside is it's less for you guys to look at. I may do that for a few chunks. If there's a time when we're going due west instead of kind of these northeast passages or northwest patches like we're doing now, like maybe the jump over India, because there's nothing interesting or worth seeing there anyways. Maybe I will just we'll just do a nighttime flight. I'll knock it out during the day, lower views, cool, whatever, don't care. But I'm also not against night flying. If we're doing something like going over Saudi Arabia, going up the coast there's a lot of cool stuff there to see. So it would be neat to fly at night, and it wouldn't be that bad or that boring, in my opinion, for the viewer. Especially once we get up to Europe and everything as well. It'd be better for me to be flying earlier in the day while it's still daytime for them there. But yeah, we're now at the point where early morning local time flights will be happening, or either just doing night flights depending on when I'm able to get the time to do these. So keep an eye out. We might be flying earlier in the day. Earlier streams like today was foggy over there. I see why they're calling IFR in some of these areas. Definitely losing visibility. Look at that. So yeah, just be aware. From now until New Year's, I'll be trying to push through this area to hopefully get over to Europe. Most likely. What is it, another 20 days, Christmas break-ish? I think in 20 days. I think 2 days, 2 streams from now, we'll be ready to attempt Everest. I think that times that about right. If I can do streams like today, because I am feeling up to it where we want to do the other leg, because there's only 20 miles left on this leg. If we can do streams like this, we'll start getting further and further and really getting back over to more pleasant viewing areas. Although we really haven't gone through many boring places other than like Central Australia. Or the water crossings, they're pretty bad. Oop, look at the visibility up here. That's fun. Good thing we have synthetic vision here on the Garmin. Yeah, so stream times may be changing, and most of that's just to appease the rule set that I've set forth for the stream of flying current actual real-time and conditions. What a flight lacks in scenery can be compensated by commentary and discussion. Yeah, exactly. And the big thing with that is sometimes you're not in here. or Georgia Plane Spotting, or Tom, or Sean, or Orange Jeep, or anybody who's one of the regulars that comes through. If they're not in here, then I'll literally just sit here quiet and fly. Doesn't make that much of a difference to me. This was a goal set forth by myself, either way. So, if you guys were watching or not, I would still be flying around the world. Just because it was a project and a little bit of a goal of mine. And since I'm doing it anyways, and I'm on a computer and computers can stream, and somehow, in some way, this can bring helicopter and aviation enthusiastic people to my channel, I figured it would be worth streaming. Because right now, most of my channel... Welcome back. Right now, most of my channel population is for the garage that we had built. And that's where probably half of my subscribers have come from. The other half have come from different little things here and there, like the motorcycle build or restoration thing that I kind of started with and diddled with. And other little things here and there, friends that started following at the very beginning, which just kind of did it as the numbers. Handful of people from all the streaming like this, but not many, comparatively looking at the shop build videos. The shop build videos are really where the numbers come from. I'm going to need altitude. We have to cross this mountain before we get up here to where we're going. Let's see. And I can see on our screen here what the horizon line is. That's the line at the top of that triangle right there in the middle now. That's our elevation line as compared to where the actual terrain is up ahead. On the far right over here, we have our altitude change speed. So right now we're gaining altitude at 1300 feet per second. We're at 2,700 feet right now. Airspeed 120, ground speed 128. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. I'll be throwing a little bit once I resituate myself. A little bit more elevation, altitude here. Looks like around 3,400 feet to cross this ridge. There's something up over here that I want to see. What is that? Are these buildings up here? Is this just a town on a hill? It is. Look at that. Holy crap. I thought this was like super high elevation because it was darker, or not darker, lighter on the map. But this is in fact just population center. Yeah, humans are great. I'm gonna pour the beans to a little bit more. Add some speed. Look at that steep, just like, oh man, this is cool. Favorite small town we've found so far. I mean, it's a pretty big city actually. But like the steepness of some of these like ravines and stuff, and people are just built in them, that's fucking wild. I want to look up this town actually. Very cool. Being able to watch the fog roll through and stuff like from your ridge top house. Can't even see the ground up here. That's how thick it is down. Definitely going to be relying on instruments there. So we can see the mountains over there in the distance, but over here past this ridge, dead. Can't see shit. How far are we from it? 7 miles. So we have 2 mile, half mile, 1 mile visibility. Not bad. Flyable. I'm going to keep our altitude. Actually, no, we're going to kill it. I don't think we're going to be going uphill much before we get to the airport. Slowing our airspeed too, just to give ourselves reaction time as necessary. We have this big construction project that we're going to be crossing here at the bottom of this ravine. To our right, kind of at our 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock now. I'm going to stay here at 2,300-ish feet. I think that puts us about 1,000 above field elevation. I'm not sure if it's on this ridgeline or not. Honestly, don't know. Okay, it's kind of in the direction that we're heading now. 70 knots, not bad. We'll keep it. Okay, so it is like a ravine that dips off below us right here. Yeah, this would be sketchy to fly in, especially if you're unfamiliar with the area. As in me, right now. So I can see this up ahead. I need to be heading in this direction here. We are looking for something about 2 miles ahead of us. Over this ridge line here. Is that our entrance to it right there? Possibly. Yeah, that's it. What a cool airport area. Looks like our go-to place is to the right over here. Oh, cool. It gives me the fuel stuff right there to readjust as necessary. So once we landed next to the fuel, so I'm going to roll down throttle real quick and pause so I can go use the restroom. And I'll be right back. Let's see. Resume. Another hour or so. What do you think, real quick? Keep this or change helicopters? VLP. Trying to catch up and make up distance that I haven't done the past few weeks. Sorry, I was texting my friend who asked me when I was going to be finished. Keep. Everybody says keep, we keep. A star it is. So I'll click the F button for fuel. Fueled up. We are topped off. Departing to 338 to the north. Throttling back up. watching my rotor RPM, which is on this gauge right here. And the yellow could fly, in the green definitely going to fly. Horn can go back on. Pump can be off. Let it be 6969. Ugh. Cool, squawk and BFR. Power takeoff, and off we go. Fuck your runway. Sounds good. Come up, just call me tomorrow, whenever you get a minute, and we'll figure it out. Let's keep it low. Dangerous. Mm-hmm. 120 knots, good. 144 nautical miles, a little over an hour. But we'll be speeding up and that will be dropping, so I expect by 11:30 my time, we should be good, which we've already streamed. I've been streaming for over 4.5 hours today. Wow. Doesn't feel that bad. Hasn't felt like it's been a bad thing, so. Ground speed 143 knots. Hell yeah, we're moving. I like it. Alright, Sean, good night. You and Belen. Hope you sleep well. Hope the cats enjoyed. Always wild seeing the ripples of the ground here. or anywhere where there's been major geologic activity in the past that created these mountain ranges and stuff, then creates something like these ripples. Plate tectonics at work. We are flying quite fast. I would like to continue to fly quite fast. Hey, there we go. Internet's finally catching up with my flying. Very fast. We were doing like 162 knots. Now we're doing 150, 159 ground. So there's a good 10 knot tailwind on us right now. 133 nautical miles, which is less than an hour at current speeds. But that's always subject to change as we move across 150 miles worth of terrain. Winds and patterns can differ. And of course, I'm going to be doing stuff like this instead of just flying in a straight line, because this is where it's fun. Getting out of that foggy, still kind of hazy, but whatever. Oh yeah, it's, if there's the opportunity for the ride to be fun, I would prefer that. Sometimes, like right now, I'm going to hunt a slightly higher altitude just because I'm pulling a 15 knot tailwind right now, and this can speed it up a little bit while it's relatively uneventful down there. But I'm gonna have fun. Why else would I volunteer to sit in a chair for like 400 hours to wiggle a stick around the world, you know? Because I'm going to enjoy doing it. Very interesting mountains. It's like where you can see stuff's been peeling and pushing together on the plates there. That's cool. but not a whole bunch of unique ground stuff ahead. So we'll just be pushing forward, taking the airspeed and the ground speed where we can get it, and finishing up on today. This is way longer than I was expecting, but I also don't feel too bad since we started early. And I'll be done before midnight, so. And we are heading in that direction. Somewhere over there. So we're going to try to overfly there. Just a visual point. My controller disconnected. Nope, still there. It's talking about my Xbox style controller, which is turned off. Yeah, like very obvious ripples in the ground. Very cool to see. Just plates moving. The world is just a whole bunch of plates. Who would have figured that geography class would have come in handy? Apparently a lot of little earthquakes and stuff happening. The Earth's very geologically active right now. I've seen a few people kind of talking about that online. Oh, first shot of the stream. There it is. Oh, wow. Japan? Like northern area, southern, or off the coast or something. Because, I mean, like I was saying earlier, Hawaii was having a pretty sizable magma eruption, bigger than I expected. And I'm assuming it's on Big Island, too, because I think that's the most active. The further west, the older the islands are. Oh no, 6, 7. Off the coast. Well, if we didn't hear anything about tsunamis hitting, then it must have been a non-issue as far as those are concerned. But 7.6 is definitely sizable to make worry of a tsunami. Because you can even have a pretty small earthquake, but if it moves the plates in the right way in that area, you can have the large enough displacement of water to make it an issue. Did you bra her because she said 6'7"? I still want to feel an earthquake. I've yet to feel one in person. There was one that was felt where I live 15 years ago, something like that, but I was asleep, so I didn't feel it. I did happen to wake up at the time that it did happen, so something made my body wake up, which I'm assuming was the earthquake and the activity and everything with it, but did not register with me being anything until later the next day. Like, yeah, there was an earthquake last night. Like, what time? Like 5:05. Like, oh, well, I woke up at like 5:05, so that makes sense. I mean, was it you that I was telling about the meteorite that we heard earlier? Like 5 months ago or something like that, there was a meteor that went over. We could hear it rumbling for like 2 minutes as it blasted down through the atmosphere. And like, I was outside just in awe because I was like, I don't know what this is. The whole sky shaking. It sounded like a jet in Afterburner. Like Blue Angels or something taking off like 20 miles away, but it just didn't stop for like 3 minutes. So I was like, cool, this is definitely something different. Don't know what it was. Then we started seeing reports of meteorite reported. ...104 nautical miles, 151 knots. Means we have 2/3 of an hour until we're there. 40 minutes. Yeah, it was weird. Like I said, it sounded... We're used to hearing jets here. We're under a flight path-ish. But like they're like 15,000 feet typically. Like getting up to get out of here, coming down to get into here. So we're not under like a direct flight path where it's noisy and annoying. But like I heard it, I was like, cool, that sounds like a different jet. Because sometimes like when I hear something that's different, I'll go outside and look. Like one time it was one of the Antonov Ukrainian air cargo planes that operates here in the U.S. There's a few of those, don't know how or why they're here, but they do. And heard that one time, and that was a different sound. I had a relatively low 747 one time come over in holding patterns, and that was much more loud than expected. But this one, like I heard it, I went outside. Like I said, it sounded like there was a fighter jet taking off with afterburners 10 miles away, just like a low, deep grumbling. But it just kept going for like 3-4 minutes, just non-stop. Then eventually it kind of faded out and just stopped being a thing. But yeah, the meteor that went over was definitely, it was eerie, that's for sure. And I forget how big they said this thing probably was. But the fact that a meteor coming in over the southeast that was the size of this helicopter or smaller was able to shake the entire state for a sustained period is unreal. There is a 777 SF that flew over my house last night. Sounded strange and extremely low. When it was at 38,000. Oh, wow. Did y'all have all the crazy fog down there last night? Because I'm curious if it's like an atmospheric condition thing that happened to be more favorable to the sound coming through. Yeah, when I put it like that. The falling rock's not that scary to me. The amount of energy stored in the falling rock is what's scary to me. I said, falling rock, no big deal. You know, a meteor the size of this helicopter hits the ground. Typically, it would probably be an airburst where it just pops in the sky and little debris fall down, because I think one of them went through a roof like 20 miles north of me. But the amount of energy that little rock pulls in from traveling at 25,000 miles an hour, 40,000 miles an hour, it just depends on what direction we hit it from. Okay, so night before was a dense fog. Yeah, I'm curious what atmospheric conditions are more suitable for big sound travel. I would assume colder air is denser, so it travels better. Less humidity, but it seems like it's been humid the past couple of days, so that's why it's throwing me off. Because I know in humid conditions we have less performance when flying, because the air is thinner with humidity. The water molecules are less densely packed in the atmosphere than air molecules. So you get less bite out of the blade. Valeska, anything I say right now can be revelational. Is that a word to you? You're in a highly susceptible state. It was humid last night. Yeah, exactly. So I wonder if the humidity levels were staying low level because we had the fog and all that stuff. And maybe it was pretty low humidity from 2,000 feet to 38,000 feet. And it traveled really, really well. Then it only had 2,000 to, shut up. And then it only had like 2,000 of humid air to go through. Because the atmosphere has been very stable the past few days. Although I don't want to fly in the fog just because of vision stuff, I would love to fly in the atmosphere that fog is like that's produced in. It's very, very stable air. Very smooth air. But every once in a while we'll get some pretty loud planes over here. A lot of times they're just at whatever standard altitude they're climbing or descending from. But we'll usually get like a bit of a noise blast from them every once in a while, because they're usually like climbing to like 15,000 leaving Atlanta. Then once they get about where we're at, they're instructed to climb up to 30,000, whatever their cruising altitude is. So a lot of those will get them with that little bit of a tilt back where they start climbing, and it will auto throttle itself up into a more elevated thrust pattern. There are hills ahead. You can definitely see the line there. You can see it on the screen down here too. Yeah, hoping to get a handful of streams in this week. I think I'm doing something this weekend with David. Where'd my water bottle go? Here it is. I don't know who put that where I didn't leave it. Okay, focus up. Get our speed. We have 83 nautical miles. We're traveling 145 knots across the ground currently. Doing good. Flying in the wrong direction, but we're doing good. Need to have a current heading of 341. So I'll put our heading bug there. See. Tomorrow, I don't see why I shouldn't be able to stream again. Might be later, or we'll look at what the path is today, and I might do it earlier because I've got to do the call with Dave at some point tomorrow. If it's not during lunch or some normal time during the day, then it'll be an evening call, and usually when he calls, it's a good hour or so. So I'll need to do that call regardless, because I think this weekend me and him are going to the Carolinas for something. So, but I do want to stream tomorrow. I would like to do or be at the base camp for Everest this week, which I think is very doable. The base camp for Everest is here-ish somewhere. Don't think it should be that hard of a thing to do. Keep myself on basically a due north heading. We'll re-intercept our path, because I like to follow that over because it has a pretty nice little course through the mountains there. Let's see if we can look at our more info. Weather 1018, so up a wee bit here. Two and 20, okay. So 3006. He was once again very fast as I was doing stuff. I want to kind of enter this mountain range up here where the river goes through. "30 minutes. A little bit less than 30, 30-ish. This might be a longer stream today than the, because I think crossing the island chain in Russia was the longest stream. Am I wrong? I think it was. Like episode 15, something like that. Somewhere in there. And right now we're at like 5 hours. Who would have thunk? I mean, I guess me starting early kind of like led into this being a long stream today. I was like, who would have thunk me jumping in for a relatively random stream after being pretty dead the past few months? Would be a long one. Who would have thunk? Top Gun River Run at 150 knots. Let's go. Ain't quite a jet, but it's still fun. Do a water wash. Go hover right over the water and let it spray up on us and get in our rotor wake and clean us up. Give it a little bath. I've yet to hover over water. I know that the temperatures are slightly different over water, so you get like a bit different air patterns with it. But the biggest thing is like I'm flying single engine, piston powered things. I was like, cool, if you lose it, and in the wash you go. A little bit of a rotor inertia is not going to get you out of there. Hey, little road up here. What do you know? It's been a while since a bridge fly-through. Haven't seen many bridges over here. If I see one that's sizable, though, we'll do it. But it's been a minute. There was one kind of like back there at the beginning of it, but it was way, way low. I think it's really, in real life, a huge bridge, but they just didn't have it set up like that. Oh, look at that valley over there. That's sick. Let's pour some power back into it. We slowed down there a lot. 52 nautical miles at 145 knot our ground speed. Chooch in along. 17 knot on the tail. Oh yeah, dude, the topography out here is wild. Big valleys, big ground. It just feels like one of these like mountain with plateaus just like has more mass in it alone than like the entire state of Georgia. Like the ground just feels heavy here. Weird to say, but it does. Little houses hidden in the hills there. Add a little bit more power. Keep her moving. I am full forward on that cyclic. I am okay with that. Altitude with the collective at this point. We is right. Man, do flying like this one day in real life. That'd be so fun. Now we're up here on a plateau. We're at 6,000 foot above sea level right now, so all these are mile-high livings. Anything done on the ground right here is the Mile High Club. My decision height alarm is going beep, beep, 200 feet, 200 feet, 200 feet. I know. I'm having fun. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can hear it going boop, boop. Ooh, towers up here. Ooh, weather's looking fun up here, doesn't it? "37 miles to go, getting deeper into the haze." So the IFR tick on the airport we were going is probably still active. IFR, yep. Fun, visibility 1.6 miles. Few clouds. Not bad. 1.6 is doable. Helicopter, special VFR clearance. Let's go. Not worried. Hello, mountain. Did I burp? I don't think I burped. I don't know what you're judging. You're making stuff up. I honestly don't remember burping. Ooh, that's... Oh, there's the ground down there. I see it. I'm gonna sit here and ride this level between the haze and the real clouds. Keep me a good horizon line. less than 15 minutes now. So about 13 to 14 minutes. If you're wondering how I'm deducing that, we have the direct 2 on the top left of our tablet there, 29 miles, which we'll just say 30 nautical miles. Multiply that times 4, which is be dividing an hour by 4. It's 15 minutes. 30 times 4 is 120. We were doing more than 120 knots. The next chunk would have been a divisible number. It would be 150, which would have been 12 minutes divided into 60. So between 12 and 15 minutes, favoring on the 15 side because we were closer to that. But now we're at 150, so we're definitely below 12 minutes now. Just because we were able to speed up since then. Plus we have a 20 knot tailwind, so definitely leaning on the 12 to 10 minute side. Still no airport in sight, go figure. Damn, background music didn't have to drop a beat like that when we came in. This ain't no airport site. Why am I slowing down? I don't want to slow down. Just call me a nerd? It's called piloting. Look it up. Saw that little like react or whatever. Just happened to look out and see it. Now that I have to look at my phone over here. We're standing up a little bit. Not bad. Smart. No. You were calling me a nerd. I get it. No backpedaling now. I have the receipts. It has been screenshot. I'll be sending it to my legal counsel. Eight minutes, 8.5 minutes, somewhere in there. We're close. Very close. 8.5 minutes. Ish. 160 knot ground speed. Goodness. It's 2 2/3 faster than standard time. I think you're hitting on me. Okay, I should be able to move this here now. Be pretty happy. Okay, definitely be playing runway 2. Where do we want to land at? We have a major jetting area on the east side of the runway. Doesn't look like anywhere for us to park, so I'm thinking one of the west ramps. Hey, little fighter jets, look at them. Yes, the northwest ramp over on the military side is where we're going to go. .14 nautical miles, 150 knots, scooting. Very close. If there wasn't haze, I should be able to have airport in sight around now. Guwahati. It's in the description. GHT something. I don't know. Let me see. VEGT. Guwahati Airport, helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Falcon 10 miles to the southeast, inbound for runway 2. We'll be parking at the helicopter ramp on the northwest side with your military. Guwahati. We're IFR here. Just so you know, are you an instrument plant? No, we're special VFR. Suck my dick. Ain't nothing you can do to stop us. You can't scramble your jets quick enough to intercept me. Oh, you're gonna be getting one of those the Baofeng where you can tune into the channels. Nice. And then, when you want to go one step further for your videos, you can get a separate audio recorder, like a Zoom H1E or something like that. And then you should be able to run a microphone port from your headset, or not from your headset, from your radio to the audio recorder. And then you can superimpose any ATC calls onto your videos, if you so wish. Which I'm not sure if your camera dual records audio, but if it records your native audio using your built-in mic, or if you're using a separate mic or whatever, and if it will also store a second channel of getting piped in through the handheld, then you can record both there natively. But I think for easier use, eventually it'd be good for you to get like I said, I think it's a Zoom H1E or H1 Essentials, which is what I use when I fly, because the Insta360 Go 3 doesn't have an audio jack. You can record that audio and then later impose it on videos. So something else for you to do that frees up the option for. And listening to agency is great because I'm assuming that you're going to be chasing a pilot's license one day, so it'll be good for you to listen to it more actively there instead of hearing little online snippets from like VAS Aviation or something. Yeah, new lens would be sick. I would still like to build a spotting setup for myself, just so it's something for me to do on off days, or I travel somewhere and it's a neat airport or heliport or something in the area. I'd like to be able to record, especially if it's like a big heliport type of spot, you know, just because it's something unique for me. Like if I go to, like Japan's going to happen one day, and I can go to the Tokyo heliport like Epic Aviation was. So I'd like to have a decent spotting setup for something like that, just because it's something I enjoy. And a big zoom stabilized lens would be great. Also at the same time, I think I just kind of want to get a... I mean, the lens would be good, but then getting like a solid, easily manipulatable fluid head for the tripod will make the world of difference too. Being able to smoothly pan around and whatever, instead of having to work on friction retention, it makes a lot of difference. I used to do video work for a guy, and once we moved to fluid head, it changed the videos that he did. It was substantially different. Oh, you won the model? I was wondering who did. I got really busy near the end of that competition, so I didn't get to check any of the follow-up videos or anything. And it can be one of those things where whenever you get your ride, your helicopter ride from me, if you want to come up here, he lives pretty close to Speedway. He could always just meet out there that day. I see you're thinking about you probably met him on someday, but I'll check that in a second. Dude, that forklift is zooming. Look at him go. And we'll park over here near the edge to give people room. Especially that forklift, I don't trust him. The wind's blowing me, but I want to be further backwards. So backwards hover into the wind. It's not a lot of wind, but it's enough to shove me around a little bit. Nerd. Here. Throttle down. Oh yeah, he's always at PDK, so if you're going there after Christmas, then there's a very good chance that you'll see him there. Horn off, horn off. Avionics can pop off. Cooldown times don't matter in my universe here, so that's going to go off there. Fuel, going to shut that off. Fuel pump is off. Generator off. Anti-collision lights, we'll leave those on since I don't trust Forklift Man. Was it a Hispanic-y sort of fella, shorter? Does the rotor brake not work here? Nope. Okay, rotor brake doesn't seem to work. So that is it. We did a 5 and some odd hour stream. 5 hour, 47 minutes so far on the stream. Insane. Yeah, that was probably him then. And if he had a Sony mic on top of the camera, that's definitely him. He doesn't use the Rhodes. They kind of give a bit of a buffeting sound. Okay, cool. So that's the end of the Around the World section of today's video. I don't think I'm going to do a shenanigans session because we just did damn near 6 hours. Good stretch. Okay, let's see. Select. End flight. End flight. Cool, now we're up here at Guwahati. Let's see. It says departure. So next one will be working our way. Oh, probably Kathmandu, which puts us very near Everest. That's usually where people fly in for Everest, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, no, this is base camp stuff here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, next episode, Mount Everest. Seems doable, right? Come up here, hit it, Lukla, set our fuel, make an Everest attempt, which is here somewhere. Yeah. Make an Everest attempt, go back to Lukla, top off on fuel, go to Kathmandu. Yeah, I've seen stuff about Kathmandu's approach to their international there. I'll watch some videos on it because I'm about to go take a shower, make my snack, then I'll settle down for the night. But yeah, Georgia Plane Spotting, thank you for watching. Valeska, thank you also. Tom was in here for a bit. Orange Jeep, Sean, Berlin, thank you so much. But I am going to get out of here. It's been fun. I'll see you guys very shortly because I have free time, which means